the platforms of the Gentleman Sim Racing Club. Unfortunately, the great man, Joe Trucker Baldwin, still at work. That might not be a great sign for this time tomorrow night when we're supposed to be lining up for GT1. But he's in the position to be able to tune in and watch from work. You're tucked up on the lounge at home, hopefully with a cold one in hand, if not a nice meal. Ready to rock and roll, ladies and gentlemen. What better way to serve up the final Thursday night of August, where the Legends game takes centre stage for an AFL fan. There's a dead rubber in the NRL, so they're trialling some rule changes for next season. That's how much of a dead rubber that is at Suncorp, Brisbane up against Melbourne. And we are here at one of the underrated tracks in world motorsport. Highly underrated because it always dishes up top shelf entertainment. This is Willow Springs International Raceway. This is Disruptive Labs Formula V. This is night 4 of week 8 of term 3 of the platforms of the Gentleman Sim Racing Club in 2026. Hello, everybody. Zach Coburn alongside Matt Schmidtke. Great to have you along for the ride. 5 races on the program tonight. 3 here, 2 from Imola. Fast, of course, looming as the grand finale venue for this year's Formula 1 World Championship, if you believe the press reports coming out of Europe at the moment. That'll be the final 2-race sprint round for the Porsche Cup this season. Open split first, elite split second. That's the lay of the land. Qualifying 1 minute away from done. 3.91 kilometres around is this circuit, anti-clockwise the direction. It is an absolute beauty. It is an absolute belter of a racetrack. It will dish up top shelf entertainment from first until last tonight. We'll get to those weather settings and conditions and everything else in just a few moments. In the meantime, points table, point situation looks like this. Chapo's on top. He's got 26 points over Adam Lavis, who has 10 on Michael Adams. Harry Dan Brinker, 581, 569 for John Merritt, and Alex Borges right on 553. Look at him, just slowly but surely making his way up to the top of the summit. Looking good, although that being said, no, not so. Probably put a line through him. He's not on the grid tonight. He did say that he hadn't really rock and rolled around Willow Springs before. He's lost. And Chapo's gain, and Chapo's on pole, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. We have Hilton Booth on 541, Brendan Deal on 536, Joel and Hanson 516, Greg Heaney 509. That makes up the top 10. Thorn Weggett on 489 points, and I'll get back to those wild ride guys a little bit later on. I've also got to clip the AITX Revolution E-Racing boys over the years for stitching up poor old Sharpie last night too. Have a look at the grid for race 1, ladies and gentlemen, and we'll tell you in the process that it is 27th of August 2026, 31 kilometre an hour winds in a mostly southeasterly direction, 21 degrees the ambient, 25 on track, 59% humidity, clear and dry. You wouldn't have it any other way. Perfectly set fair for what will be a cracking night of racing here on the platforms of the Gentleman Sim Racing Club. There is a comment there from Alex Borges, right? If we can just have a look at that, please, Schmitty. Considered finding... Oh, okay. Oh, no. Oh, no. Not at home. Considered finding a laptop and controller here, but yeah, no, we shan't be doing that because that's what we call the Sam Chapman treatment here on the platforms of the Gentleman Sim Racing Club, and it doesn't work all that terribly well. Hello to you, Grant Boyden, and good luck with the disc golf there, Alex. Now, Chapo and Maroney on the front row. So Maroney's here for Boydo's Bandits. I think they were labelling themselves a couple of weeks ago, so that's good. John Merritt and Adam Lavis, second row. Cameron Dawes, Harrison Den Brinker, third row. Fourth row, Adam Proctor, Michael Adams, fifth row. Brett Bradbury, Ryan Tate. Row 6, Patrick Savina, Pete Matson. Row 7, Jordan Dakin, Thorn Weggett. Row 8, Will Ramsden, Greg Heaney. Row 9, Brendan Nealon, Joel and Hanson. And then Jordan Pianazzola from row number 11. I'm not going to lie, that's poor. One of the underrated circuits in world motorsport, one of the best categories that we have in any given season on the platforms of the Gentleman Sim Racing Club, and we've only got 19. Let's go for quality over quantity though tonight, ladies and gentlemen. First of 3 for the night. Ready to rock and roll from Willow Springs International. Let's go to work. Great start, Sam Chapman. Got the better of Nathan Maroney off the line. The run down towards the first corner. Maroney looking up on the inside. Chapo will try and hang tough around the outside, but Maroney's got the jump. And look at John Merritt going through with him as well. And here comes Adam Lavis. And it'll be like this all night long. Strap in, buckle up, and enjoy the ride, ladies and gentlemen. Doesn't get much better than Disruptive Labs Formula V. To the top of the circuit we go for the first time. It's a great little roller coaster circuit. Look at this, 3 wide, still on the opening lap. And Cameron Dawes is the 5th car on the train at the moment. A little bit of a gap, then back, trouble at the back. Brendan Nealon, Joel Hansen, gone. And a jump start, black flag, Harry Dambrinker. So that robs one out of contention already. 1 minute into proceedings. I better say hello to you now, Matt Schmidtke, because there won't be too much time to come up for air in the remaining 6 laps. If what we get on the opening laps any indication of what we're in for here. It was one of the rounds of the season last term. Tonight should be no exception. It should probably match, if not better, what we saw here last time out.
Good evening, Zach. Yes, this is one of those tracks that just puts on some exceptional racing that can get a little bit hairy at times, but it's always good watching. And as you can see, there's still a massive pack holding together at the front, and there's not more than a half-second gap between pretty much everyone.
Dambrinker to pit lane to serve that drive through. Merritt to the inside. 4 wide already. Look at Lavis looking for a way through the middle. In fact, he's tucked in behind Maroney at the moment. Michael Adams, Cameron Dawes as well. It's a race in 7 at the front. The last of those is Adam Proctor. Trouble! There goes Michael Adams. And then there was 6. Michael Adams plummets down the order. And so too does Patrick Savina. John Pianazzola up 5 spots already. Adams down 8. And Dambrinker rejoins at the back of the field down 13. 2 minutes gone. 1 minute 45 the standing time there. So it looks like we're only going to go 6 laps in this opening heat, which is good because it'll set us up for 9 laps in the other 2 races. Based purely on the mathematics, ladies and gentlemen. Not that it's my strong point. I've said that before. 2.5 minutes gone. Quarter race distance already. In every sense of the word. 1.5 laps gone, 2.5 minutes gone. That is Nathan Maroney holding sway at the front. John Merritt in behind and Chapman as well. Here goes Merritt, Chapman, 3 wide again, boys. You want to do this all night long? Sure. I told you we may as well take a round of Disruptive Labs Formula V to either Talladega or Atlanta or Daytona. It'd be no different. Have a look at him. Adam Proctor pushing Chapman along at the moment. Maroney on the inside in the black car is getting helped along by Adam Lavis, and in there as well as Ryan Tate. Round onto the main straight once more. Thornweggett off the road. We'll come back to him. And he's got a mechanical meatball. Look at Proctor. See, that's the speed they carry in the Formula V. They don't actually lose any on the grass and on the dirt. Although that used to be grass, but Willow Springs is in must have been in a bit of a drought when iRacing went and scanned the circuit. Have a look at it. Dry as...
Oh, someone's around.
Oh, trouble. There goes Ryan Tate. Ryan Tate's gone.
A wild ride.
Oh,
smash.
Up over the top. Bang. Wipes them both out. They rejoin at the back of the train. But still the train is 7 deep at the front. Brett Bradbury is launched onto the train. At the back there behind Adam Lavis, Adam Proctor, Cameron Dawes running a season-high 4th at the moment. Nathan Maroney, Sam Chapman, John Merritt leads the train. Freight train, 7 cars deep. Battle pack at the moment. 2 seconds back to Ramsden and Matson, Savina, Pianazzola. Ryan Tate still, despite that slip-up, fastest lap of the race last time through. But yes, just to reiterate, cannot finish where I was going with that previous sentence in a family-friendly broadcast about how dry it is there in the desert on the west coast of the United States at the moment. Those of you that have listened to Billy Birmingham doing his pitch report from Bombay on the 12-man records will know exactly where I'm going with that. And nothing more further needs to be said, quite frankly. 4.5 minutes gone. Round they come. Merritt, Chapman. Look at the run from Proctor. Proctor up alongside Dawes on the outside. There we go. Dawes is pushing Maroney along, who has Chapman in his way, and John Merritt leads the train. Proctor around the outside, wants to get all 4 wheels in the dirt this time. Adam Lavis jumps there. Hello, Benny Pedersen. Down on the inside, 3 wide across the start-finish line. 2 by 3 they go to the first turn. Bradbury just sitting back there, patiently, quietly, observing things in 7th at the moment, calmly, trying to stay out of trouble, and the best way to do that is to stay maybe 5-6 metres away from the action. Although it didn't help, he's latched on now. Cameron Dawes gets by Chapman. Merritt leads this thing. We've seen before in Disruptive Labs Formula V that you probably don't want to be leading this thing. As we start the final lap, we're on lap 4, half race distance. And we've got inside the 1 minute 38s now. So actually, that's a good point. The fact that we have jagged that back below the 1 minute 40 threshold. We'll have to wait and see where we sit with time when we come to the white flag. Will we see the white flag at the start of lap 6 or at the end of lap 6? We'll find out in a few moments. I still think 6. There goes Adam Proctor. There goes Adam Proctor. And a good run comes undone. Oh, dear. Merritt, Moroney. Moroney with his nose in front, not anymore. Have a look at Cameron Dawes. Sort of the unknown entity in all of this. And all the contenders that have fallen by the wayside. We're almost going to have a full invert grid for race 2 here, Matt Schmidtke. This is hugely exciting for us because you're going to have Michael Adams coming from 13th. You're going to have Harry Denbrinker coming from 16th. Jordan Dakin, Thorn Wiggett further back as well, having already transited the pit lane themselves. So we're going to have a completely jumbled up order for this second race. Jordan Pianazzola, the hero of the night so far, up 12 spots into 7th. And he's still about 3 seconds away from this battle pack. So he's probably running out of time to have an impact on that. Brett Bradbury's dropped off, lost contact with that train at the moment. Has the best seat in the house, though, because he's got a bird's eye view of what's going on ahead. Was on the train a few moments ago, but has lost contact with them. And once you do that, it's hard to jag it back once you fall beyond that 1 second behind threshold. Moroney to the lead. No, Merritt to the lead. Moroney through the dirt. Moroney then too wide on the outside, and that'll open up the door for Chapman. Lavis wants a piece of that as well, but he's too far back. Dawes. Bradbury is now caught back up. So it doesn't take long for the game to change here in Disruptive Labs Formula V. Look at them on the absolute limit at the moment. Single file formation. It's the calmest it's been at the front all night. See, as soon as I said the 12th man, Benny Pedersen's all over it. Good on you, mate. Good luck in the Porsche tonight as well. Not holding the brake, a post-race investigation on the 051 for contact on lap 2. So Thorn Wiggett, who resides in race control on a Friday night, under investigation from race control on a Thursday night. Whoa! Chapman with 2 wheels in the dirt. Merritt coming across to cover the line. Moroney and Lavis 2-3 wide, if you don't mind. Here comes Cameron Dawes through the middle. 1 lap to go. White flag flies. I believe. I couldn't see it.
Yeah,
maybe
Barney,
we're going to get another one.
Yeah, I think we
maybe
might.
We're going to get another one.
Yeah, Barney doesn't seem to be.
That's interesting. Must be by the skin of our teeth. Must be by the skin of our teeth. I wouldn't have thought we'd get another one. Just based purely on the timings. Maybe we're jagged enough time out of the clock. Apologies for that. We won't jump the gun early next time. Merritt and Moroney side by side. Moroney leads it for the moment. Lavis up on the inside and Merritt happy to sit back and tuck in behind right now, but that won't be the same this time next lap. Next time they come through, all bets are off. It's calm right now, but the intensity is about to be wound right up. Moroney, Merritt, Lavis, Chapman, Bradbury the fastest lap of the race. Good on you, Brett. 136.848. That'll be exactly why we've been able to jag an extra lap out of this. The pace hasn't been there all night, but they've done enough to get back to the judges, I think, just in the nick of time to see the white flag to get us an extra lap. Round they come onto the main straight. Oh, they'll end up doing it easily. Look at this. Down across the strike they go. White flag now is going to fly at Willow Springs International. They did it by what? 2 seconds. 2 seconds. That's all there was in it. 1 lap to go. There were 3 wide at the line. Will that work at 1? Well, yeah, why not? They'll make it work. Through they go. Merritt, Moroney, Lavis. Chapman sitting back there in 4th, maybe too far back at the moment. Bradbury and Dawes have swapped around. Proctor's off the road for the 2nd time. That's at turn 1. We managed to go into overtime. A full lap of overtime, ladies and gentlemen. How rare do we get this sort of luxury and treatment and privilege? We won't say no to extra entertainment, especially at the Formula V variety. Have a look at Maroney, perfectly placed right now. They've gapped Chapman and Lavis. Lavis, the onus is on him to not lose contact here because he's dragging Chapman along. Now the games begin. Merritt will try and break the toe for Maroney unless he wants to force Maroney to have a look around the outside. Maroney accepts the invitation and goes straight up alongside John Merritt. If he can hold it around the outside, he might lead this thing when they get back to the strike. Chapman up alongside Lavis, puts his nose in front of the battle for third. Maroney, oh, look at this. No contact as yet. Merritt's going to lead him back to the main straight. Who's going to lead to the line? Maroney's too far out and wide. Chapman, Merritt, Lavis, Dawes, forward if you don't mind. Wide on 5. Chapman has done it again. From out of bloody nowhere. Chapman wins it by 200ths of a second from Merritt and Lavis. And poor old Cameron Dawes got hung out to dry despite getting the fastest lap of the race. He finished 4th with the fastest lap of the race on the final lap. And the top 4 covered by a 10th of a second. Brett Bradbury was 5th, 0.12 off victory. We've never seen anything like that. Bradbury 0.12 off victory. And the top 5 covered by that smaller margin. Get out of here. That's why we love Willow Springs. That's why we love Disruptive Loves Formula V. That's why it's compulsory viewing on the platforms of the Gentleman Sim Racing Club. And we can only hope they dish that up twice more this evening. Have a look at this again, Schmitty. Unbelievable stuff. And clean as well. How did Chapman manage that? Got the run.
Yeah, he
down
just
the inside
got
the
it
side
perfect.
draft.
He's half on the grass there.
They were 5 wide across the line. That is ridiculous. And there was one car in all of that that was a lap down that had the best seat in the house with all of that and thankfully didn't intervene. Oh, how good's that? You would have enjoyed that, Trav, from Race Control. Especially when there's no post-race investigation pending on the way it finished. That was as clean as it gets and as good as it gets. Bloody hell. 2 more like that, please, gentlemen. That was awesome. Have a look at that. 0.118, the top 5. And even then, Maroney was 6th and he was only 0.2 of a second away. That's ridiculous. That is madness. 1/4 of a second covered the top 6. Big gap then back to the big mover of the race, which was Jordan Bianazola up 12. Ramsden, Matson, and Patrick Savina gets the invert pole. Adam Proctor, 2 off-track excursions, still home 11th. Ryan Tate was off-track as well. Michael Adams, too. Watch those guys charge back through. Then we go back to Greg Heaney, Harry Den Brinker. No jump start this time, please, Harry. And then Brendan Nealon, Jolan Hansen, Jordan Dakin, and Thorn Weggett. Let's get ready to rock and roll again. Willow Springs International has dished up an instant classic in Disruptive Labs Formula V. I'm sure it'll do the same again. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go once more. Savina bogged it down off the start. Look up the outside. Brilliant start, Nathan Maroney. Maroney's got 3 of them already, and we're not even at turn 1. In fact, he might go around the outside and Pete Matson and lead at turn 1. He will. Maroney's jumped up 4 spots from 5th to 1st. Blinder of a start. Ramsden's slotted into 3rd spot. Pianazola is 4th. Savina absolutely swamped. He goes down 4 spots. It's been a direct switcheroo between Maroney and Savina. And the top 5 remained as they were up until they got out of turn 2. Merritt and Lavis making light work of tearing their way back through the pack. So too Chapman and also Dawes. Tate up 2 spots already. Bradbury and Proctor have lost positions big time off the start. Bradbury's lost 5. Woohoo. What about the start from Nathan Maroney? Knows the importance of clear air here. Knows that Pete Matson's a sitting duck at the moment because he's going to be under immediate pressure from Ramsden and Pianazola and Savina. Very hard to pull away at this circuit, as you know, Alex, but I tell you what, Moroney's given himself the best possible chance of doing it. Expert commentary in the... Oh, jeez. Expert commentary in the chat thread tonight, courtesy of Grant Boyne and Alex Borgersrud. We can't wait to have him back on the track. 3 wide onto the main straight. There was nearly contact there between Matson and Ramsden and Pianazola. Down we go. 3 wide. Why not make it 4 wide, gentlemen? Why not? Oh, look at the gap through the middle. There was nowhere there. But Pianazola has managed to find a way straight down the middle of Ramsden and Matson. That's ridiculous.
Oh, they're very wide.
There goes Moroni and Pianazola. Both into the dirt at 1. And that's brought Moroni back to the pack. There was no... Oh, wait, there we go. Johnny Merritt's gone.
Chapman was there.
Dan Brinker's caught up. And so too Savina and Ramsden. It had to happen eventually. We did not have... we did not have a big one in race 1. It had to happen eventually. Cue an invert, cue the chaos. Every single week. Patrick Savina with a mechanical meatball for the moment. Whoa, Michael Adams again, is it? No, Greg Heaney. Greg Heaney's gone round. Heaney's gone round. I saw the green, I had to make a call. Lost track of which car, but quickly saw Heaney's name tumbling down the leaderboard. Lavis, Tate, Proctor, 3rd, 4th and 5th. Michael Adams leads that next gaggle of cars. And that was unfortunately just the rear end stepping out on Greg. A little bit of snap oversteer it looked like, Schmitty, for your teammate.
Yep. These cars, if you're not careful, you can really get the rear to step out. Even though they don't have much power, they're not that easy to drive if you don't know what you're doing.
That's right. Down the main straight we go. Look at this, 4 wide. 4 wide again. Why not? Why not? Michael Adams is in all of that. He's in 9th spot at the moment. That's the battle for 6 you're looking at there, folks. Whoa! We go. Ryan Tate off the road. Big time. And not for the first time at that particular corner tonight. Moroni was also wide. He's dropped down to 4th. Pianazola has gone to the front. Jordan leads from Adam Lavis and Adam Proctor. Good to see Proctor back up there. Flexing his muscle in a Formula V race once more. Down the inside, Moroni on Lavis. No, not yet. Proctor on the outside of Lavis. Pianazola leads them through. Trouble. Bang. Den Brinker's gone. Adams and Bradbury as well. Car park at the right-hander. Tate takes evasive action, goes through. They get back, pointed in the right direction. They're able to resume, but it's trouble for so many of them. And Harry Den Brinker's none from 2 tonight. Savina still sits on the tow rope on pit lane. Madness, madness. Right here and now. And apologies too, I had a message come through from one S. Chapman. Just as we were going on air, Schmitty, and it said, you legit only use the brake once around here. I get a feeling it was that hairpin where everyone's come unstuck just now.
Yep, I think so.
Dear, oh dear. Down the main straight we go. Look at Pianazola leading the way, but he's a sitting duck. Adam Lavis getting the push along from Cameron Dawes. And down on the inside was Adam Proctor. Proctor wants 2 for the price of 1, does he? At 1. Oh, Lavis around the outside will lead him through. Good stuff. Oh, Adams. Geez, that was hairy. Chapman and also Pete Matson. There was nothing in that. I thought Chapo and Pete were going to be interlocked there for a moment as they came through turn 1. It always is wide when we go to Willow Springs. We've got 4 battling for 1st. We've got 2 battling for 5th. We've got 3 battling for 8th. And that's Ryan Tate, Tom Wiggett and Brendan Nealon. But importantly, Dan Brinker and Adams are arguing over the invert pole with Brett Bradbury right now. Whoa, off goes Greg Heaney again. Forget about that. They're not fighting for it anymore. Heaney's on the outer. In 16th. Oh, no, Dawes is gone. Dawes is off the road. You just caught him. Got him a shot. Spearing through the weeds. Really, really unlucky. And as a result of all of those incidents, Schmitty, and the way in which the field's panning out, we can afford to take a breath, albeit momentarily.
Yeah, it feels a bit more split up than it was in the last race. That's kind of how the reverse grids go, but still put some good racing and let some other people get some time on the broadcast, or try and pick up some people that weren't in that front pack in the last race.
It's tame for the moment, but it'll ramp back up very quickly, I am sure. Across the start-finish line we go to turn 1. So we've picked up that battle for 7th, including Ryan Tate at the front of it, Jordan Dakin, Thorn Weggett, and Brendan Nealon. So Tate in 6th, Dakin, Weggett, Nealon in behind right now as they make their way through. Just reminding you, Adam Lavis leads Adam Proctor, and they've got Jordan Pianazzola for company. The problem they've got is that they've got only those 3 duking it out. Chapman and Matson are 2.5 seconds back, and I would argue too far back at this point, Schmitty. We've already seen how difficult it is to reel in even a second around here. 2.5 is beyond comprehension, really, quite frankly.
Yeah, and especially with that front group, I think they'll work together pretty well and use the draft to pull away even further. So Chapo's pretty good at pulling in some time, but I don't think he'll be able to do it at this track.
No, I agree with you wholeheartedly. Radio, Proctor, Lavis, Pianazzola. Matson has got by Chapman, actually. There it is. Just ahead of where we've picked up Ryan Tate and Jordan Dakin right now. There they are onto the main straight. But Chapman knows the game he's playing there. He'll easily reel that time in across the line and have Matson gobbled up by turn 1. That's how Willow Springs works. 9 times out of 10. Dakin, 7th at the moment. The toe is strong. Tate, a sitting duck, hugs the inside of the road. Tells them that they can go around the outside if they want to overtake him, but they don't accept that invitation for the moment. 8.5 minutes gone. We're on to lap 6, ladies and gentlemen. We suspect we're going 9 laps here, but we might just jag a 10th if the times are there for us to do so. Because, well, again, 1 minute 40 would be that cut-off point. 1 minute 40 and 2 is 3:20 and 1 is 5. 5 and 10, that's 6. 15 is 9. But again, because we're doing 37s, 36s in some cases, and 37s consistently, I would argue that we will again, just like what we saw in race 1, it was only 2 seconds in race 1, expect it to be 4 or 5 in race 2. We could sneak in a 10th lap. I won't say no to overtime, especially when it's around here. The only problem will be if you're a Porsche competitor having to handle the tight turnaround of jumping straight out of the sim rig after race 3 here to get across into the Porsche server. Not a problem that's facing our own Matt Schmidtke tonight, because he's picking up the extra freight left behind by the fact that Andrew Neal's out of town this week. Schmidtke, of course, was at the helm of the broadcast last night with Mr. Pianazzola and Mr. Sharp, and he'll be here with me for the balance of the night as well through the Porsche Cup. Yeah, how nice of Neely to lump that extra workload on your lap this late in the season, Schmitty. Hopefully you'll be able to get back out there and have a run next week. Down the main straight we go. Dakin across the line, follows Tate. Tate still holding on to 6th. This is the biggest battle pack on the racetrack right now, folks. We have stayed with it for a good lap and a half, and with good reason too. Lavis leads Proctor and Pianazzola. Pianazzola just sitting back there patiently waiting for the 2 Adams to open the door for him. Chapman has got Matson for company, but again, they're 3 seconds off the pace. Nathan Moroney comes to pit lane, so Moroney's race is run, which is unlucky. Patrick Savina sitting there a lap down right now. Going around the grounds for you in a moment, with the Legends game already underway at Marvel, and also the Storm and Broncos underway at Suncorp. I'm glad I didn't waste my time with that one being a dead rubber. And I wouldn't have said no to Thursday Night Motorsport whenever Formula V's on the bill anyway. Next week, coming to you from Cessnock on that note, ladies and gentlemen. I'm heading off to Orange next weekend. You may have seen actually Karting New South Wales have pumped my tyres a little bit tonight, promoting the fact that I'll be there commentating in the Colour City next weekend. So looking forward to that. I've had a couple of people, I think I've got a little bit of a nice side hustle going on next weekend, Schmitty. I've had a few inquiries from karting competitors saying, do you mind stopping by on Friday afternoon and just, you know, elaborating, telling us a little bit more detail, giving us some more insight into this AASA debacle? Would be my absolute pleasure, but make sure there's no microphone nearby. So there might be a little bit of a side performance, like a, what do you call it? The undercard to the main course happening next week, which will be good fun. Jordan Dakin holds down 7th at the moment. He's gapped Thorn Wiggett, Cameron Dawes and Brendan Nealon. So all of a sudden this battle for 8th is 3 deep. Dawes sitting there. Dawes was unlucky in the first race, quite frankly. Not so lucky in this second race. Already caught up in an incident trying to recover some ground. Has lost 2 spots across the course of the race so far. John Merritt has recovered to 12th, so he's still sitting 4th on the invert grid. Michael Adams would have the invert pole right now, and Harry Dambrinker would be alongside him. Shortly, third time lucky for Haz. Surely. No luck tonight for Harry. First race was his own fault, though.
Yeah, that was definitely on him, but since we've got a bit of a lull here, maybe let's have a look at that incident from the start of the race. Please. Just before it gets too spicy at the end here.
Words so very rarely ever used during a Formula V broadcast, ladies and gentlemen. Considering things are a bit quiet here. Sam Chapman, this was the incident. Oh, yeah. There's the interlock there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cars caught up. Chapo having to take evasive action, but far less compromised than anybody else that was left behind in all of that. Cameron Dawes in 8th right now. Adam Proctor's taken the lead away from Adam Lavis and Jordan Pianazzola there across the start-finish line now. 2 to go. We're going to get 10. We're going to get 10. We're going to get back to the line with about 12 seconds on the clock. We're going to go 10 laps. Lavis leads us with a lap and 3/4 to go. Ryan Tate fastest up the race, 1 minute 36.456. Track limit's not a huge thing around here, are they?
I'm not sure, actually.
Based on what we've seen with the amount of grass cutting so far.
Yeah, you must just get the old 1X off track and keep on going.
No yellow flag, no slowdown. Oh, fantastic.
Hey, well, if you want a little bit of spicy news, speaking of track limits,
yeah, go on.
I've been informed by one T as a party that one S Chapman is getting a penalty for the end of the last race.
So Trav's going to yank the race win out of Chapo's lap, is he? Okay.
That's what he's telling me.
Okay, right, we'll have a look at that. Trav might have a please explain issued by Central Commentary to give us some more detail as to why and how he's managed to come to that conclusion. I'll be interested to learn the details relating to that. In fact, knowing Trav, he's probably sliding in a definition or a description or an explanation into my inbox any tick of the clock, but I'll stand by for that. Main straight, white flag will fly this time by, folks. Adam Proctor's going to lead us to white. Look at Pianazzola, just nipping at the heels, just sitting there casually, calmly waiting for this to explode. 1 to go around Willow Springs.
It'd be a good comeback for Jordan. After having to sit out last week, come and take a win in the next round.
How nice was it to have him in the central commentary position with us as well? Added some good insight. He's been doing a perler of a job on the BMWs this season as well, whilst I've been off tackling Porsche Pro Invitational commitments. But I'm back for the final 2 weeks of Wednesday Night Motorsport and looking forward to that immensely. Quarter time in the All-Star game, by the way, 41-22 in favour of the All-Stars over Victoria at Marvel Stadium tonight. Folks, you can watch that on the screens of 7 and listen to it via Triple M and SEN as well. We're into overtime. Pete Mattson still got Chapman covered at the moment. Chapo will be filthy if he's copping an invoice. He will be filthy if he's covered an invoice from T as a party. In the meantime, Proctor, Lavis, Pianazzola, Mattson and Chapman, the top 5. Matto That's as high up as he's ever finished a Formula V race, surely. And Dawes in 6th. Weggett, oh no, Hansen and Heaney had shown an off-track alert there a moment ago, but they're okay. They've kept going, stuck the boot into it and kept going. Maroney still sits there 18th at the moment. The only way is forward for him in the grand finale, which is coming up in a few moments. Have a look at Pianazzola up around the outside of Adam Proctor. Pianazzola is going to lead us back to the main straight, but that works perfectly into the game plan of Proctor and Lavis, who know the effects of the slipstream and the tow around here. Main straight, checkered flag, Pianazzola, Proctor, they're too far back. Jordan's got it done! Jordan's got it done! They were too far back. They gave him too much of a head start. Jordan Pianazzola back in victory lane in Disruptive Lives Formula V. How about that? Proctor second. 3 wide photo for some of the minor placings there. Thorn Weggett edging out Brendan Nealon and Cameron Dawes, 6th, 7th and 8th. Only half a tenth of a second covering them in all of that. Pianazzola +3 on the back of +12 earlier, which gave him 4th on the invert. He'll be delighted with that. Who knew a Formula V was capable of doing burnouts? Excellent stuff. Proctor +9 from 11th to 2nd. Great improvement from him. And Adam Lavis must be the unluckiest bloke in Formula V at the moment. Twice tonight he's been in contention. Twice he's missed out. And twice it's been by less than 0.2 of a second. 0.14 off the win in that one. 0.08 the winning margin. So that was a lot bigger than race 1, although we believe race 1's going to get an alteration. There's Nathan Moroney, a very disappointed Nathan Moroney in 18th. What about that? Let's have a look at those results. 0.069. Get out of here. Pianazzola to Proctor, then Adam Lavis in for 3rd. Chapo edged out Maddo, and that'll have been in the run to the line in the slipstream every day of the week. Weggett, Nealon, Dawes, Ramsden, Den Brinker got back to 10th. Well done, Harry. Then Ryan Tate, Jordan Dakin, Michael Adams, Brett Bradbury, and look who's got the invert pole. Hot lap himself. Oh, he'll be delighted with that. Won't have been delighted with getting caught up in the incident in the first place, but we'll be absolutely stoked with the invert pole because that gives him a tremendous leg up. And Brett Bradbury in 14th will be 2nd on the front row with him, and Jordan celebrating in the comments as well. Nathan, he's going to need a good launch, especially from 18th on the grid. Alex, you are absolutely right. Let's have a look at that incident again for Ryan Tate.
Oh, that's just, yeah. I thought that was going to be the one where he went off, but it must have been a different lap.
And Jordan's already highlighted what you were saying there earlier, Schmitty. From the naughty corner to the podium. From the naughty corner to the podium. How about that? Can we just remind everybody, 16th, 17th and 18th in all of that would have been Joel Hansen, Greg Heaney and Nathan Moroney as well. Patrick Savina, the only retirement in all of that. No confirmation as to whether or not Savina has stuck around to take up his place on the grid for this 3rd and final one of the night, race 24 of the season. So race 22 better than race 23? Absolutely. Race 23 had its moments. Let's see what race 24 delivers. Next week, of course, we head to Tsukuba, ladies and gentlemen. We're excited about that. Then to Phillip Island. Tsukuba, then Phillip Island. The next couple of weeks on the platforms of the Gentleman Sim Racing Club, and we're very excited about that. So Tsukuba will be tame in the same realm as Rudskogen, I dare say. But then when we get to Phillip Island, expect them to be 5 wide into Doohan Corner. That'll be top shelf stuff. That'll be magnificent. All right, we get ready to rock and roll. 42-23 at the moment. All-Stars over Victoria. Legends game at Marvel Stadium. 0-0. Broncos Storm. Dead rubber match. 13.5 minutes gone at Suncorp. So disgusted am I as a Melbourne supporter this season, the fact that we've absolutely crapped the bed, that it's not even in my view at the moment. I've actually got to walk behind the commentary position to the other TV to see how they're going. I've got the Legends game on the one that's directly beside the broadcast booth. Tsukuba, best track in the world, says Alex. Alex Borgersrud, thank you. Appreciate that. Nathan doing the famous first to last, yes, and hopefully doing the other way around this time. Let's wait and see how all this plays out. And by the way, ask and you shall receive. Trav has a party. Basically, he is consulting with Paul and Josh on the matter with regards to Chapo. A car must remain wholly inside of the racetrack limits to initiate an overtake. If a car gains overlap by exceeding track limits, the overlap is invalid. They're off. They're racing. Final one of the night, as I seek the clarification from Trav. So the issue will be not that he had 4 wheels in the dirt, but that he had 2. I dare say that's the issue. On the line is in tennis, but on the line is out in motor racing, clearly. That's the way I'm interpreting that, Schmitty.
Yep, I think that might be how it goes.
Yeah, well, I was going to say, actually, let me have a sip of coffee first. I'm lubricating the vocal cords so that we can give this the full gusto it deserves, this third and final one of the night. Good start, Michael Adams. Got by Brett Bradbury early, but Bradbury's back down on the inside. John Merritt continues to lead the way and hold sway. Chapo and Lavis up 3 spots already. Jordan Pianazzola's not moved yet. Nathan Moroney already up 2 spots, but it's a long way back, as we know. My interest in all of that is...
There's something big happening at the back here.
Right, Skittles. Cameron Dawes, Joel and Hanson. Chapo's involved again. Oh, no. And was that... Joel and Hanson. Joel and Hanson was the wild ride entry that I saw there off screen as well. Cameron Dawes doesn't care at this particular point. He's just cutting across the infield. Fantastic. And he didn't even get a slowdown. How about that? Have a look at it on replay. Chapo caught up again. Oh, no. He's tripped himself up. Lavis got caught up. Oh dear.
A couple of people just went off in sympathy by the looks of it.
Brett Bradbury's onto pit road as well, so I think Brett's copped a drive-through. I didn't see a black flag initiated or awarded to him, but it would seem as though that was the case. So that's a drive-through for Brett. So he's performed the cardinal sin as committed by Harry Dembrinker earlier in the race, and Dembrinker's up to 4th already. Off goes Will Ramsden off the road. They're spreading out thinly in the early part of this third and final race of the night. Look at him, Will Ramsden.
Wait, track's over here. What are you doing?
Yeah, exactly. Oh, to the left, Will, to the left. See, and that's why we're having this discussion about track limits. Because, and this is the point that I wanted to go back and make, but the race actually got underway before I finished reading the description from Trav as to what was going on. And he's still debating it with Josh Dino at the moment. Paul Wood has already departed. But, and I can see who's in the race control room just to give everybody at home a bit of an insight into that. I don't know the depth of the discussion that's going on. We know the context, but I don't know to the extent of which they've continued to discuss the matter. Pete Matson, Jordan Pianazzola, Greg Heaney, gone. So 3 more bite the dust. And we continue to lose track of who hasn't been caught up in an incident so far in this third and final one of the night. So again, first race looming as the favourite of the night for mine. Ryan Tate to the front on John Merritt, Harry Dembrinker, Michael Adams. So 3 guys in there with John Merritt that are due a good result. Tate, Adams, Dembrinker. 2 results that haven't gone their way so far. In Merritt's case, it's just 1. 4 wide down the main straight. Why not? Can Dakin and Nealon latch on and go with them? You would think so. 4 wide to the main straight. Have a look at that for a photo opportunity, ladies and gentlemen. Proudly brought to you by Kodak. To turn 1, Dembrinker, Tate, Adams. Adams around the outside. Merritt sitting back. And they have been caught. Neal on 2 wheels in the dirt. But this is the point, Schmitty, right? As it calms down once more, Adams on the inside, Nealon holding sway around the outside for second. We've said it a couple of times already tonight. You see them go through the dirt, be it 2 wheels, be it 4 wheels, particularly on turn 1, particularly on the last turn coming down onto the main straight. It doesn't slow them down. So that'll be exactly why Trav's having that discussion with Josh at the moment. Yes, track limits are a thing, and obviously iRacing are very loose with them on certain American circuits. Hello, Watkins Glen. Hello, Willow Springs. But, yeah, normally there's a little bit of a price that you do pay for hitting the grass or the dirt, but not in the Formula V and not at Willow Springs. Yeah,
it seems that way, though. Definitely get them at Indianapolis. I found that out the hard way a couple of weeks ago in the GT3.
GT3 is a bit of a sore point for our good mate here at the moment. I wasn't going to mention it.
Used all my luck up last season.
For the Lambo driver, yep. You did indeed. John Merritt, the leader. Ryan Tate on his outside, and on their outside is Harry Dambrinka looking for his first win of the night. So we'll have to go back when they decide whether there's going to be a penalty applied to Chapo or not, and how much it is. We'll have to have a look as to what that does to the finishing order and what that does to that race result, particularly with a view to Chapo's championship. At the moment, 26 points was the advantage that he had over Adam Lavis, who again has had misfortune fall upon him, not yet been able to put a clean night together. Last week he got involved in 2 incidents. Tonight it's 1. One of these weeks it'll go all right for Adam Lavis, and he'll put 3 strong, solid results together, and that'll be a game-changing moment in the series. Not to be. Jordan Pianazzola, despite that 1 race ban, still sitting 12th in the points at the moment. 2, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. And in this race, unfortunately, sitting down in 16th. So we are very much firmly on track to see 3 different races and 3 different race winners. What's new for Formula V and what's new for Willow Springs? Merritt, Dambrinka, Tate, Dakin, Adams, Nealon, they're all in this. 1.3 seconds covers the top 6. But then it's a lottery after that. I don't think anyone else is going to play a part in this fight at this particular point, Schmitty, because Adam Proctor's too far back, about 4 seconds. Another 2 seconds back to Patrick Savina. Thorn Weggett's keeping him company. There's a good battle pack between Moroney, Chapman, Lavis, Ramsden and Heaney. 5 of them duking it out for 10th at the moment. But that's definitely not where the first 3 of those boys want to be. Chapman, Moroney and Lavis. Down onto the main straight. Lap 4 in the books. Merritt leads them across the line. Oh, actually, no. Dambrinka, Dakin leads them across the line. Wow, look at that. Up the outside goes Jordan Dakin. Brett Bradbury off the road. And the first lap pit stop was 17.02 seconds for him, by the way. So he's a distant last right now, with the exception of Joel and Hansen, who was on the tow rope for 1 minute and 46 seconds. But Bradbury's the last of the cars on the lead lap for now. Look at this. This won't end well. It cannot be as clean as race 1. There are 2 wild ride motorsport entries at the front of this field. Strap yourself in, it will be wild. Ladies and gentlemen, have a look at him. Dambrinka leads, Dakin second, Tate third, Adams on his outside. There goes John Merritt on the inside, having got by his teammate Brendan Nealon. Wants to get by Adams, but Adams, whenever he's had the opportunity and he's had the luck fall in his lap and fall his way, I mean, obviously unlucky tonight being caught up in a couple of different incidents, but when he's had the luck and the speed to ride at the front of this field and play a role in the outcome of these races, he's been one of the great performers this season that's somewhat flown under the radar. Certainly one of the great improvers this season. So he'd love nothing more than to snag another race win in Disruptive Labs Formula V, and he's certainly proven that he's capable of holding his own at the front of this field. He's just got to find a way through past Tate, Merritt and Dambrinka. Dambrinka's got the biggest lead of the night so far, 0.8 of a second. That won't take long to be gobbled up. Look at them, 3 of them, looming large. That slipstream benefit is enormous. Down the inside comes Ryan Tate. They've taken 0.3 of a second out of Dambrinka's advantage on the run to turn 1. So hard to lead from the front around here, and so hard to lead on your own, Schmitty.
Yeah.
Almost impossible.
Yep. There's a very angry pack from 2nd to 6th here, and I'm sure they will catch up given the chance.
Merritt on the inside got through on Dakin, kept him at bay. Adams is sitting 5th, Neal on 6th. 2 wild ride, 2 pulse tuning. And 2 with none next to their name at the moment, namely Ryan Tate and also Michael Adams. Ramsden and Heaney to pit lane. No. There's not a compulsory pit stop in this third and final race.
They both had meatballs, I believe.
Damage, meatball, yep. And in fact, Greg's just got a straight black. Greg has just got a straight black at the moment.
I think he must have got a speeding penalty or something, because I'm sure I saw him with the meatball. Ooh.
That'll be how. Yep, that'll do it every day of the week. That car does look broken. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear.
Greg's got to be one of the unluckiest drivers in this series. He's managed to pull off a decent result last week, but other than that, he's not having much luck.
No, he's certainly not. John Merritt. Have a look at this third spot at the moment. Dembrinka, Tate, Merritt, Dakin, Adams, Nealon. Merritt to the inside, 3 wide. Yes, go for it, boys. 3 wide. Merritt to the inside, goes to the lead, gets by Dembrinka. Dembrinka makes it 4 wide with Adams as well. Charging down the outside. Dakin on the inside. No. Dembrinka. Oh, that was nasty. Michael Adams got shown grass. Drops back to 6th. And it was Dakin that went with him, not Dembrinka. I was trying to identify which was who in the, or who was who rather, in the Wild Ride Motorsport entries. Dembrinka's got his way to the front, behind John Merritt, Ryan Tate in behind them. 3 different protagonists duking it out here, and Michael Adams is 4th. Lap 7 of what we envisage will be 10 again, ladies and gentlemen. Will Ramsden now with the black flag. Black flag's getting handed out for fun right now. Greg Heaney's parked up and done. He said, I've had a gutful of this. Early night and maybe a cold shower and a glass of whiskey for Greg Heaney at this particular point. 3 wide. Watch Michael Adams. Watch him. Watch him. Watch him. Down on the inside. Goes by Harry Dembrinka and Ryan Tate. Look at the charge from Adams. But he'll lose that toe from John Merritt, who moves straight across to the outside to cover off Ryan Tate. And he opened up the final corner for himself and then quickly had to get back down to cover off the charging Adams. Dembrinka's out wide. Dakin down on the low line. And in behind them, Brendan Nealon's there as well. Dakin's fallen back into the clutches of Proctor. Here comes Adam Proctor looking for 6 now. So it's a race in 5 at the front. And how did Dakin fall off that, more to the point? 3 to go. Dembrinka around the outside. Merritt inside. Tate middle. Adams pushing him through. Nealon back there on the left-hand side. Whoa. There was no room for Ryan Tate to move to the left. John Merritt got a little bit of a hip and shoulder treatment. Michael Adams goes down on his inside as Merritt recovers. Oh, how good's this been? My goodness. You cannot ask for much better than what these blokes are dishing up here tonight. Down on the outside now is Michael Adams. He got forced out there by Harry Dembrinka. 2 wide was Adams. I reckon he had 2 wheels in the grass yet again. Seems to be a recurring theme tonight around here. We're talking constantly about tyres and grass and dirt. But we're also talking about 3 last lap thrillers. This will be no exception. There'll be 5 of them duking it out. They'll see 2 to go this time by the line. Ryan Tate is in clear air, but not for long. Michael Adams wants a piece of it up on the outside. Merritt don't rule him out yet either. And what about Harry Dembrinka? What a recovery that would be. To go to the front and maybe snag a win late in the piece. Don't rule out Brendan Nealon either to fly the flag for pulse tuning. He's already done it at least once this season. 2 to go. And they'll get the white flag with about 9 seconds on the clock, ladies and gentlemen. Average speed not where it was in the previous race. We're in the 39s. We're in the 37s. Last time round. 136.7 still the fastest lap of the race from Dembrinka. So as these guys start to squabble, it's washing time off the lap speed. Down on the inside, Ryan Tate pushing John Merritt through. Can't get too greedy with the push, though. These are Formula V cars, after all. You cannot pull off the same sort of NASCAR bump drafting as you can in a tin top. Dembrinka around the outside wants to lead it. A lap and a half to go. We've already seen them go 4-5 wide across the line once tonight. We're a chance of seeing that again. Hedge your bet, Schmitty. Who do you reckon's got it from here?
You got to put your money on Merritt. He's just excellent at this kind of stuff, and he'll know where to put the car.
He'll know exactly where to put it, and he'll know exactly when to time his run as well. He'll know that he won't want to lead them coming back onto the main straight. I reckon Michael Adams is a roughie as well, because he stitched a couple of them up quite royally last week at Virginia International with the run that he got for the photo finishes on 2 occasions. Main straight, let's go. White flag in the air. What a night we've had at Willow Springs, and it's not done yet. Adams to the outside, Tate to the inside, Merritt through the middle. Let's go. 3 wide to the strike. 4 kilometres to go. Dembrinka down the inside of all 3 of them. The price of 1. Motorsport are going to lead this at turn 1. Adams has got 4 wheels in the dirt again. Tate sitting there up in second spot, wants to go down the inside of Dembrinka. Dembrinka leaves the door open for him to do so. Dembrinka and Tate side by side out of turn 2. Tate's got his nose in front. Michael Adams looming large, lurking. Looking for a way through. There is no way through. He's got by Dembrinka, but Merritt's a different prospect. Merritt will keep him at bay. Hold on to second. Tate goes wide, opens up the corner through the right-hander, slowest point of the racetrack. Now it's a roller coaster from here. Tate, Merritt, Adams, Dembrinka, Nealon, Dakin, Proctor, Savina, Lavis and Maroney in the top 10. Chapo sitting 11th at the moment. Wiggett is 12th. Disastrous night for Chapo. And also disastrous third race for Adam Lavis. Back to the leaders we should go. Dembrinka and Nealon have slipped behind the top 3. It's Tate, Adams and Merritt duking it out, ladies and gentlemen. Merritt to the outside, Tate on the inside. Adams wants to go around the 2 of them for the price of 1, just as Dembrinka did at the start of the lap. Tate and Merritt banging wheels. Back to the main straight they come. Ryan Tate, Michael Adams has thrown it away. Here they come. Ryan Tate, John Merritt, side by side. Photo finish. Look at the run from Brendan Nealon up over the top. Dembrinka's going to steal it in the death. What about that? Are you kidding me? Harry Dembrinka! Where the hell did that run come from? They were so far back coming back onto the main straight. Michael Adams has lost out through bowling himself wide onto the final corner, or out of the final corner, I should say. All 4 wheels really out in the dirt. He was almost on pit road. He was that far out. And he lost out. Merritt in all of that, Schmitty. We put the kids to death on him. He's come home 4th.
Yeah, I was just looking at that. He's come out at the bottom of that one, unfortunately.
How in Christ did they manage that? Struth. Brendan Nealon got a tremendous run on the outside, but it was Dembrinka on the inside that just launched, swooped over the top of them. Snatched it at the death. We need to have another look at that photo finish. Look at this. Look at Dembrinka was 5th coming onto the main straight. Are you kidding me? That was the end of Michael Adams. As soon as he put all 4 in the dirt, that was him gone. Look at Nealon on the inside. Tate, Merritt. Nealon got a great run, but he and Tate, oh, wow. Okay, so, yeah, Merritt has ended up losing that by a hair's breadth. By a hair's breadth, and that is it.
Is the finish line not that white line on the track? I would have thought it was, but it looked like Merritt was in second there. Maybe I'm just looking at the wrong car.
Yeah, I think we need to have a look at the results when they come up. I reckon our timing screen's giving us a little bit of a wobbly here, but let's have a look at it as they come across the line. And we will tell you, Merritt's the one on the inside there next to Dembrinka.
Right
Dembrinka's across the top. Yeah, and I think that white line is the control line. And yet he's showing on our timing screen as 4th, but I get the feeling that our timing screen's thrown us a wobbly. So I think we need to go back to the SDK graphics that come back up on the screen.
There we go.
And there it is. Here's second. Yeah, righto. There you go. So that makes a lot more sense. That makes me feel a hell of a lot better about John Merritt's situation just there. Top 5 by 0.012 earlier in the night. Top 4 by 0.082 in that one, ladies and gentlemen. And Merritt did actually get second in the end. So, yeah, our timing screen, so frantic was all of that, couldn't keep up with what was going on. So it's spat Merritt back down to 4th and Tate up into 3rd and Nealon up into 2nd. But no, Tate has finished 4th in all of that. And John Merritt by 0.024 misses out. Nealon, Tate, Adams, Dakin, the top 6, and Proctor in for 7th. Savina, Maroney, good recovery. Chapman 10th. So Lavis has missed out at the end there, finished 11th. And Thorn Wiggett in for 12th. Jordan Pianazzola, hero to 0, unfortunately, 13th. Brett Bradbury, if it wasn't bad enough being
no.
punted, but then decided to pit lane and cop a speeding penalty. Oh, no. Oh, what the hell. And then Pete Matson, Cameron Dawes, Brett Bradbury, Joel and Hanson, Will Ramsden, Greg Heaney, they all come home after that. Heaney, of course, very much out of contention, retired half race distance. What the hell? I've got correspondence coming through from the great man, G. Boyden. I love it. Boydo is, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, if you want some entertainment of the Thursday night variety on the radio, on the wireless, Boydo's keeping you company on Sky tonight, and he has the best seat in the house. He's got a screen on us. He's got a screen on all the racing action going on. I can see the footy in there in the other studio. Best seat in the house at Sky Sports, and well done, Boydo. Love it. Well done. Thank you. Fantastic. Can we have a look at race one again? Just to get an understanding as to what happens if Chapo, there it is. So if he's copped a penalty of any sort, they're probably going to give him 5 seconds, which would put him back to 6th.
Yeah, I was just looking at Merritt. So he lost 2 races by a total of 0.05 seconds tonight.
And more than that. If Chapo gets the penalty,
invoice, he hasn't.
He wins one.
Yeah, he wins this one, but yeah.
And Brinker will win one. Pianazzola will win one, and Merritt will win one. But again, I believe that's subject to confirmation still from Trav in race control. How about that? Oh my goodness gracious me. John Merritt, Willow Springs, good combination.
Oh, it is. It's just not enough braking spots, Zach, to be fair. But yeah, it's good for the drafting racing, 100%.
We may as well. Just bear with me a sec, John. What going on here at the moment? Boydo getting back to me, just laughing at the fact that I'm talking up his bloody work setup. How good's that? Travis is just telling me that he's had to go into the Porsche Cup service, so that's coming up very shortly. And at the moment, it is still the case of a penalty, but there's no verification there from Travis to what the penalty will be. So it's still up for discussion, but it's, yes, there's an asterisk very much next to Chapo's name right at this very point in time. Thank you for that, Trav. Brendan Nealon's about to join us. John, if Chapo gets a penalty there in race one, that means that you've won one by a B's proverbial, and you've lost one by a B's proverbial. Yeah. You talk about Willow Springs, not enough braking opportunity. As I said last time, we may as well just put you on Texas Motor Speedway or Daytona or Talladega or Atlanta.
Yeah, well, that's sort of how I feel, mate. As a circuit sort of racer, it's draft racing, but yeah, there's the same challenge to it. You've got to time your moves. Obviously, there's a different challenge, I should say. So, yeah, it's good racing. There's no escaping though, so it probably doesn't reward the braking and cornering efforts quite the same.
No luck in race two though.
I was a bystander, sadly.
Exactly. Okay. So, all right, there we go. So here we go. At the moment, we're just getting more clarification on the instance of Chapo. Minus 10 championship points and 5 seconds. Minus 5 is very harsh in Travis's eyes, and he'll drop a lot of points. And minus 5 is 2 to 3 positions ish. So it's an interesting one because
I think that's going to the line because he passed off track.
Yeah, that's right. Yes. He had 2 wheels in the dirt. And he had 2.
Bring it up.
See if we can bring that up, because that's a point of conjecture, John, because, again, you had the best seat in the house in all of that because you and Brendan were right there in the thick of it. You had Harry Den Brinker and obviously Jordan Pianazzola racing you blokes all night long. I'm just thinking back to race one. It wasn't Ryan Tate, but you also had Nathan Moroney to contend with, and Adam Proctor, and Michael Adams was in there at a point as well. So you've just about got acquainted with just about the entire field tonight, John.
Yeah, you've definitely got experience tonight. You can't that pack racing. Maybe we might see better at Phillip Island, but it's certainly up there around here.
See, that's the thing. Well, we're talking about minus 10 championship points, minus 5, I'm assuming seconds. And if that's 5 seconds, and that's 5 positions. So that'll drop him all the way back, as we said earlier, to about 6th or 7th position in that finishing order of that first race. Because the top 5, John, was separated by 0.12 at the line. Like, have you ever seen a Formula V race finish that tightly?
Oh, we've seen a few, Zach. You've lost a few vocal chords.
I nearly lost one again tonight, don't worry. All right, let's have a look at this.
It all blends into one in V's though, right?
It absolutely does. So this was the finishing moments or stages of race 1. So Chapo's gone for the high line there. But see, this is the thing, right? There's no room for him to move there. You've squeezed him pretty well there, John. You've tried to close the door as best you can, but he's still trying to wrestle it open, right?
Well, I held a race line where there wasn't a car length, right? So
yeah, there wasn't a car width. That's right. Yes.
So you can't pass. Ultimately, you got to lift. Or if you're passing off track, sadly, all credit to him having a crack, but
yeah, that's right.
Unfortunately, it's not in the rules.
So there's Chapo there. There's you holding the inside line. There's Chapo down the outside. Right. So freeze it there, Shreddy. Stop it there for me, if you can. Just bring that back to where he's making the move and freeze it, because let's be perfectly honest, right? I'm looking at that thinking, oh, there's not even half the car off the road at this particular point. That's kind of where I'm looking. Like, if that was NASCAR, they wouldn't even blink twice at that, John. They'd say that's fair game. But we race to a different rule book, don't we?
Yeah, spot on.
Yep.
Spot on. It's a fine line though.
It's a very fine line.
If you want to allow that, well, you allow that.
Yeah, it'll be very interesting to see what they come up with there at a later point in time. But yeah, no. And as you can see there, John's 100% spot on. There's no movement from the 064 at this particular point in time.
No, I could have moved another quarter of a car, but I knew there wasn't a car width. And maybe in hindsight I should have, and then it makes it really clear. But
yeah. Because that was the thing. Like, if that was all 4 in the dirt, fair game. I'd absolutely, you'd hurl him over the coals. But credit to him for being creative at least. Let's focus on the positives though. Strong result for your teammate Brendan Nealon in that third race. He's with us as well. Brendan, do you agree with John about the wild nature of racing around Willow Springs? At one point there, we were looking at your car thinking you're a chance on the outside line, but we didn't realise that Harry Dambrinker was going to get the dream run on the inside and trump the lot of you.
Yeah, it was, I was trying the old Bradbury move again, but it didn't quite work this week. They wouldn't crash.
No, they wouldn't. No, actually, that's a very good point. Very few crashes tonight. They certainly tried their best, but relatively clean at the front end of town.
Yeah, good fun following them, got to say.
Was that the plan, just to tuck back, play the patient game, play the long game, or were you happy to get in amongst it?
Always my position to know that know where your capabilities are, and my capability is to be a good follower.
Except when you have to pick up the freight left behind by your teammates. You didn't have to do that tonight because John was up there at the pointy end in all 3 races. Didn't get any luck in the second race, but still, 2 out of 3 ain't bad, John, especially when you're looking at the championship fight. We admitted that it's a long road back for you, having missed 3 rounds. We know Alex Borgersrud's not on the grid tonight. Adam Lavers has had another race 3 shocker. Chapo's had a couple of shockers as well. So all of a sudden, things get spiced up in that context as well, but time is of the essence and there's only 6 races left.
Yeah, I think I'll be half a round at least short, Zach, but last week could have made it a bit spicy, and apart from race 3, but no, we'll just turn up and give it our best.
Indeed.
And I think Brendo's selling himself short. He's improved massively.
I agree. And that's the thing, right? I would also argue, John, and you've seen enough of this to be able to pass judgment here, or at least, have take a stance on it. Given that you are the experienced old hand of Formula V, as we like to say, the improvement not just of Brendan, but also I'd argue Michael Adams as well. Couple of the standout guys that have just flown under the radar and held their own and punched solidly when given the chance.
Oh, I'd argue at least half a dozen drivers, Zach, that have improved massively. You know, we roll back 4 or 5 seasons and you get to that singular, wonderful braking spot at Willow Springs and you probably gap them enough to hold. That's not the case anymore. You can't gap them in the braking zone.
Hang on. Can we just go back left? I think that was Will Ramsden going for the wild ride there, Schmitty, or Patrick Savita, actually, my apologies. I think we need to go back and have another look at that. What on earth was that? We just caught wind of a replay of a Formula V doing somersault barrel rolls and this was the race 3 incident, I think, that we're seeing. We didn't actually get a look at it live. We didn't see the replay, but I'm pretty sure I just saw it doing acrobatics. We need to go back and have another look at that. Let's have a look. This was turn 2, one of the key braking points of Willow Springs. Here we go. Wait for it. 3, 2, up we go. Up over the embankment. Yep, there it is. Oh,
I was only a 5 out of 10. Patrick smashed me.
Yes, and he landed it on all 4 as well. Very impressive. Brendan, talk me through race 3 from your perspective, mate. I mean, obviously, John's already highlighted that there aren't enough braking zones around here for his liking. It's a great racing track and a great draft track, but it's very much a lottery once you get out there in the thick of it. And if you can survive and not get caught up as an innocent bystander, then all the power to you, right? You've got the opportunity to go out there and capitalise on it. But from your standpoint, how much do you enjoy Willow Springs?
Oh, I like any of the tracks where you get a good draft because, as I said, hey, it's a real good evener. I mean, there's guys in this league that really are well above other drivers. But these VZs, they even a lot of it up. And some of these tracks where, as John said, not too many braking points and things like that, it just gives you the opportunity, to at least show a little bit of skill. But also, hey, sometimes some of the skill is trying to avoid some of that crap that happens in front of you.
Well, that's exactly right. And even the best can get caught out by that, unfortunately, John.
Yes, but Brendan's 100% right. If, keeping a clean nose in the reverse grid races is paramount to a result.
Would you change that format to maybe eliminate that element, or does it make it the spectacle? Does it add to the drama and the excitement that is Formula V each week?
I don't know.
Yeah, I think for the spectacle you wouldn't change it. You know,
No.
Selfishly, I'd say, yeah, change it. But I think for the spectacle of what it represents, and also the improvement of the racecraft, as you said, with those drivers' improvement, I think that's a big piece. So even without that, take the selfish hat off. No, you wouldn't change it.
And I think you mentioned it earlier, Phillip Island's about the only other circuit on par with Willow Springs when it comes to just how big the slipstream benefit is around here. So Phillip Island we're going to absolutely love, and we expect a few more bums in seats on that one, A, because it's the grand finale, B, because it's the island. I don't think 19's an acceptable representation of just how popular Formula V is, especially at Willow Springs. However, before we get there, boys, we've got to conquer Tsukuba, and that is a bit more of a stop-start technical sort of circuit, not dissimilar to Rudskogen, John.
Tsukuba, is it?
Yeah.
Yeah, good little track. Yeah, 100%. Similar to Rudskogen. Little draft on the straight, but technical little spot.
And one that we're looking forward to, mate. Hopefully, we'll see you on the grid there. And Brendan, how do you feel about Tsukuba next week, please?
Yeah, more than happy to have a crack there. As I say, it's a bit more of a challenge, but a track that we've all raced a lot of times before. So again, good track for these things anyway. Never a bad
V track.
No, that is very true. Although in saying that, there were a few of you that weren't fans of. I'm not sure if you were here for the Mexico City instalment last term, John. I don't know if you made the track there, but the boys weren't terribly fond of that one. That's the Formula E configuration of the Mexico City circuit, the one that hosts Formula One on the Mexico on the E pre layout. Go and check that out. There were some mixed reviews for that circuit from
I'll
the Formula V cohort.
save my cookies and don't buy it, you're saying?
No. The Mexico circuit, the full Grand Prix track, brilliant circuit, love it. But yeah, there were some mixed reviews for the Formula E version, which is included, of course, in the purchase of the circuit itself. So yes, maybe when we go racing there next time, we do it on the full track. I'm not sure. All right, very nicely done. Hey, boys, we've got about 5 minutes before the Formula Vs are out the door and the Porsches are on the grid for their first of the night at the Imola circuit in Italy. Who would you like to thank, Mr. Merritt?
Oh, just the Pulse Lexus team, and just congratulate Brendo for another great result, and obviously the club and yourself for the broadcast.
And how about you, Brendan?
I'll mirror exactly the same thing and make sure that I give a big shout out to Melbourne City Lexus that I failed to mention last week. So you've got to look after Johnny.
Absolutely you do. Speaking of looking after Johnny, is Johnny looking after Johnny and lining up with us tomorrow night for GT1?
No, mate. I've got a certain AFL final to get to tomorrow, sadly. So I'll miss.
Now, okay. Now you've opened up the can of worms, right? Because it feels like expanding the finals is our version of giving everybody a ticket, right? So where do you sit with the wildcard weekend, please?
Oh, I'm happy as a Bulldog supporter. Oh, well, yeah, mate. Just keep it at a traditional 8, in my opinion.
In which case, you wouldn't be going to the football tomorrow night and you could have wound up for GT1. Yep, case closed. Thank you.
Yeah, exactly.
Good luck tomorrow night. That'll be an absolutely terrific game of football. It'll be live on the screens at 7 for anybody that wants to watch it around Australia as well. Boys, thanks for stopping on by. And John, will hopefully catch up with you for the doubleheader next week. And Brendan, we look forward to seeing you out there as well.
Thanks, Zach.
Good on you. Thanks, Zach.
We mentioned the footy, the Legends game. I'll get the score update from that as soon as it's back on the screen. The NRL, Melbourne 30 leading Brisbane 10 at halftime in a dead rubber game at Suncorp Stadium, which will still attract a decent crowd. But it is of little significance, unlike this time last year when they were, of course, vying it out for the premiership. 11 months is a big time in the game of footy. We're going to a break, a very quick one at that. Porsches from Imola on the other side. These are the platforms of the Gentleman Sim Racing Club. Thursday Night Motorsport done and dusted. More with regards to the fallout once the penalty sheets are finalised in the post-race show with a view to Formula V and how it all played out in relation to Chapo and what it means for the results of the night and the championship at large. These are the platforms of the Gentleman Sim Racing Club. Night 4, week 8, term 3, and we're only just getting started. Open split Porsche racing, first of 2 races for the night from the Imola circuit in only a couple of minutes from now. The platforms of the Gentleman Sim Racing Club, and we make our way from Willow Springs to the Imola circuit in Italy, and not much time to muck around here, ladies and gentlemen, because the cars are already lining up on the grid for the first one of the night in the third consecutive sprint round in as many weeks for the GSRC Porsche Cup. This is the open split. This is heat 1 of 2, and we will be bringing you heat 2, of course, from the elite split in about 20 minutes from now. Wade Sheedy alongside Blake Cox, Liam Amos, Luke Wegener, the second row, Harrison Rayner, Jacob McIntyre, the third row. Fourth row, Tom Pritchard, Brendan Luna. Fifth row, Tristan Koch and Chase Tippett. I was going to say I haven't seen Jacob Miller slide into the broadcast green room yet either. So if he does make an appearance here, we'll catch up with him. If not, we'll have to wait until next week. Lee Peckham, Joel and Hanson alongside each other on the 7th row. The 6th row is Jordan Pianazola, Kurt Nommensen. The 8th row, Troy Mortensen and Barry Punter. 9th row, Adam Holland and Callum Maxwell. 10th row, Justin Cahir, Edward Rollo. Then we go back, Jason Tierman, Shane Beaumont, Daniel Claridge, Kevin Bennett, and Steve Daniels. And we are ready to rock and roll. Don't miss the start. No, that's a fair point. Can we just actually go back and have a look at the track weather conditions, please? Matty Schmidtke on the right-hand side. You know the Imola circuit. It's the home of the San Marino Formula One Grand Prix. 10:01 local server time, European summertime, of course. 13 kilometre an hour winds in a southwesterly direction, 25 degrees the ambient, 83% humidity, partly cloudy conditions, 29 degrees the track temp, dry so far. You also know it as the home of one of the Italian rounds this year, at least, because there's a second one coming up at Monza of the World Endurance Championship. Also, of course, used to host the 500cc World Motorcycle Championship back in the day. Of course, we all remember it for that fatal weekend in 1994 where Roland Ratzenberger and Ayrton Senna passed away tragically as part of the San Marino Formula One Grand Prix. And, of course, it's a venue that's very, very odds-on favourites at the moment to host, well, probably the Abu Dhabi Grand Prix, considering that the Malaysian circuit is hosting the Bahrain Grand Prix. Lights out, we're racing. The final round of the Formula One World Championship is what I'm getting at, ladies and gentlemen. Off and away. First one of the night, 3 wide if you don't mind. Down on the inside towards turn 1. Good start, clean start. Wade Sheedy in winning form at the moment, in good touch. Leads them through. Once they settle down and get into a rhythm, I'll update you on the point situation, folks, in this title fight. But it is Sheedy on top. Pianazola on the back foot, up 2 spots early on, but second in the points fight at the moment. So qualifying letting him down tonight, it would seem. Probably still riding too much of it a high after the success he enjoyed in race 2 of the V's. But he's up 3 spots now because Jacob McIntyre put 2 wheels in the dirt, ended up dropping 5 spots. Tristan Koch has dropped 3. Up the hill we go. Sheedy leads. Wegener second. Cox, Rayner, Amos, Pritchard, Pianazola. Nommensen up 4 spots. Luna and Tippett. Oh, geez. Nommensen getting hung out to dry there. Tippett through on the inside. Tippett wants 2 for the price of 1. Wants to get by Luna. Does so. Whoa! Boys, it's only lap 1. Of what we suspect is, what, 9, 10 laps, Schmitty? I'm just trying to remember how long it is around here a lap. We'll say 9, so on our screen. 9 laps. There we go. 9 laps through 16 minutes for you, ladies and gentlemen. Enjoy that. Apologies, I got Messenger pinging in the background for me because my little niece is sending through happy snaps from a holiday with the other side of the family, her family, not mine, in Bali at this particular point in time. So I'm being inundated with holiday spam at this particular point, and I'm looking forward to my 2-week break in a couple of weeks after the 10th and final week of term 3 on the platforms of the GSRC. Across the line we go. Sheedy, Wegener, Harrison Rayner, Blake Cox, Liam Amos, Tom Pritchard, Jordan Pianazola. Pianazola has made yet another position. Up 5 spots, got by Pritchard, and Pritchard hung out there because Tippett and Luna are ready to pounce, particularly Tippett. Poor Pritchard on the back foot at the moment. Has lost out to Pianazola. Drops back to 7th. Pianazola on a big charge here, Schmitty. Important with review to the championship. At least he's got himself inside the top 10 invert right now.
Yeah, he's doing well. And if last night in the supercars there's anything to go by, he'll just managed to kind of truck along and end up with 2 good results, even though he didn't start quite as close to the front as he would like. So we'll have to wait and see how he ends up.
I have not reviewed my run sheet yet, but it would seem as though, I'm just having a look here now, GSRC pre-race info. So there's a couple of people in the naughty corner at the moment. Because I've got on the points table here, which I'll run everyone through in just a moment. Colin Bennett, 1 race ban. So Bennett's on the sideline tonight in the naughty corner. We'll miss this week of Porsche Cup racing. And that's a blow to him. He was sitting 19th in the points fight on 290 points. And actually didn't have any drop rounds at his disposal. So that makes life all the worse for him right now. Speaking of things going down the gurgler, Barry Punter. Last on scene with 3 other cars caught up in that incident. Legends game, Marvel Stadium, 2:10.4.82 leads 3:8.4.79. That is All-Stars leading Victoria at the moment, 3rd quarter at Marvel Stadium. Liam Amos is 5th here at the moment. Jordan Pianazzola is 6th, but Pianazzola is charging hard, tearing through the field. Not the easiest circuit to find an overtaking manoeuvre on or execute an overtaking manoeuvre on, but Jordan's making light work of it at the moment. Doing a nice job. Clawing back some ground there as they make their way up the top of the hill. Point situation, 5:17 for Wade Sheedy, 5:03 for Jordan Pianazzola, Paul Wilson, 497, 483 for Stephen Gallacher, and Liam Amos, 454 points. Oh, Andrew Neal's in the house. Oh, dear, oh, dear. He did good tonight in the Formula V, Andrew. I don't know if you saw that, but he got the job done in race 2. Beautifully so. He was very happy with himself too. Harrison Rayner, fastest lap of the race, 1 minute 44.864. Schmitty, I must say, and I'll continue to say it as long as it lasts and as long as it's applicable to the situation. The interest in Porsche racing this term, it's almost as though we're on a different planet to what we were last term.
Yeah. I haven't been paying too much attention, honestly, to what's been happening in the Porsches, except for those few races I've been in, but I've been trundling around at the back, so haven't been seeing too much action.
Yeah, no, but what I'm getting at is, like, the fact that there's still actually cars on the grid.
Oh,
the fact that you need more than 10 fingers to count the number of cars on the grid. You know, it's a good starting point. And as you'll have noted, when you're out there on the circuit, a lot more traffic you contend with as well. That can be viewed as a good and a bad thing, let's be honest. Brendan Luna off the road at the moment. Pianazzola to 5th. Around the outside, got by Amos. Tightens it up on the inside to the Villeneuve corner. Off goes Blake Cox. And rejoins. So he's going to fall back into the clutches of Pianazzola, who's probably got to slow down the serve as he gets back up to speed. Up around the outside goes Jordan to 4th. 7 spots gained already on the fastest lap of the race as well. Amos wants a piece of it, not close enough. Good, hard racing. And I think, to be fair, sprint racing at this circuit, we've done a good job, and Adam Lavis particularly has done a good job of working out over the course of time, Schmitty, which circuits suit which format. You know, you don't want to be boring the SH1T out of viewers this early in the night, so you don't put a 40-minute race on at Imola, you don't put it on at Hockenheim, you don't put it on at certain circuits, right? Sprint racing, however, at those 2 venues, compulsory viewing, gangbuster stuff.
Yep, it certainly is. These 2 tracks put on some pretty chaotic racing when you don't have much time to get to the front if you get put back in the field due to a poor qualifying or something.
There will be a compulsory splash and dash in the second race, of course, folks. We'll have results from the open split second race at the end of the second split elite race. The second race elite split, I should say. Down to turn 1. Wade Sheedy leads by 1.1 on Harrison Rayner, who just punched the fastest lap of the race out for the night so far, 1:43.778. 9 laps the journey here. Well, we should by rights finish within that 16-minute threshold too. Down the inside. Good move. Clean move. Normanson got through on the inside. The fact that Peckham was wide on the exit, that had nothing to do with the move that Normanson set up in the first place. And Normanson gets himself up at a 10th spot, and that would be an invert pole for Kurt, or if he was to stay there. Getting there is one thing, staying there tougher. Because, especially whilst you've got Peckham for company, Mortons and Kosh are only about a second and a half away, just behind them at the top of screen. If they can latch on, all of a sudden Kurt's going to have his work cut out for him to try and retain 10th in the running order. Tippett with a slow down to serve. Tippett's got McIntyre and Pritchard for company, so he might lose those spots while observing the slowdown here. Won't matter for Tristan Kosh, he's off the road. Drops down to 16th.
I saw a car get very up on two wheels coming through the chicane in the background. I think it might have been Tristan.
Might be an idea to go and have a look at the replay for the amusement of everybody but Tristan.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, there it is. But, yeah, they don't work if you try and make them a bicycle.
No, that's not how you want to go around that corner.
They don't tend to like it. Oh, look out. I'm just watching, as I say, whilst I've got you guys first and foremost of importance tonight, ladies and gentlemen, I've got one eye on the Legends game at Marvel. And bloody Hughesy, who's making headlines at the moment for his move into political commentary. He's out there on the field now. They had to cart him off in an ambulance last year. He broke bloody ribs and sternums and God knows what else. I reckon they might have had him on a defibrillator at some point, but he's out there in the thick of it again. So watch him. He'll have a target on his back, I'm sure. Might be wearing an extra rib protector or two than what he was this time last year, though. Wade Sheedy, Harrison Rayner, Luke Wegener, Jordan Pianazzola, Blake Cox, the top five here as we continue on. And Tippett. Actually, have a look at the... Yeah, wow, that's savage. We talk about... I wonder if you can get a replay of the cars just coming through the chicane there, Schmitty, for me. Because you saw the bobble. You saw them... Oh, big sand, too deep. Too deep, Lee Peckham. And through goes Chase... sorry, that was Jacob McIntyre, actually, that was too deep on Chase Tippett. Tippett goes through to 7th. McIntyre to 8th. Pritchard to 9th. Peckham tried to get by Normanson at exactly the same time. I saw his name jumping up and down the leaderboard, and he was unsuccessful in that mission, so Normanson has gone back through. But did you see the hello Thorn Wiggett bad like in Formula V, but did you see the pogo stick effect in motion there as they were coming through the chicane? Watch it next time through.
I'll have to have a look. I missed it on that one.
Watch the little bobble. We've been talking about these cars handling like pogo sticks all season, ladies and gentlemen. Watch how hard it is to fight them through the chicane at the top of the circuit this time through. Just with these three cars alone, you'll see the little hopping and bobbing going on. So Sheedy, Rayner, Wegner, Pianazzola, then Cox, Amos. Then this battle here, Tippett, McIntyre and Pritchard. Yes, hello to you, Thorn. At least no one's here to stitch poor old Sharpie up tonight with false birthday shout-outs. Poor bloke. Got completely stitched up. Yep. Good run, Jacob McIntyre. Tippett's going to force him to go to the outside. Harry Dan Brinker. Oh, hip and shoulder. Tippett on McIntyre. Wowee. What about that? Thanks for coming. Oh, forceful but fair. 1:43.480 for Rayner on Sheedy. The margin down to half a second, and that's the fastest up of the race for Rayner. So he's going about his business the right way. He's going to reel in Wade Sheedy here. The battle for first is on. 2 to go. Harry, that's fine. Thorn, we're going to have a good second race. Was unlucky with Damage in the third, lost the toe, and damage dropped me 10 kilometres an hour. Yeah, once you lose the toe around there, let alone speed, good luck to you. The other point as well, just going back to Dan Brinker, I think, I need to get the translator in for the last little bit of his spiel there, Schmitty, but I think he was talking about departing for his evening meal. That's why he didn't grace us with his presence for a chat in the commentary box. I think I read that correctly.
Yep, I believe that's what it said.
Very different sort of use of the English language there. Very different spelling of the words my and dinner from Harry Dan Brinker. Sheedy and Rayner. Have a look at this. This is on for Harrison. Now, he couldn't take a trick the other night in GT3. He'd be absolutely delighted if he can restore order in the Porsches. But Wade Sheedy, the championship leader, stands in his way. Down to the last sector we go. The two left-handers and then the main straight. Let's go. Up onto the main straight. Last lap, he's going to set this up. He's going to get the run too. He'll get the run, but Sheedy's alert. Sheedy's aware of his presence and closes the door, makes him go the long way around, and he accepts the invitation. Harrison Rayner, if you don't mind. Pull it up, son, yes. Oh, about that for a move. Sheedy gets him back on the exit. They're side by side. Down the back straight we go. Sheedy's got his nose in front. Rayner with the nose up on the inside. Sheedy's coming it off. And Rayner's going to have to reset and go again.
Oh, that was
close. Oh, this has been super racing tonight. Right across the board. Rayner with the run. The exit from the hairpin. The up and under, it's on. He's side by side with Sheedy to the top of the hill. Sheedy hasn't got a chance to close the door. Rayner back to the front. Pull it up, son. There we go. Oh, he's wide. He's wide. He got away with it. Sheedy tucks back in. Now the ball is very firmly in his court. Oh, Rayner's gone. Sheedy went with him, but Sheedy will get back on. Sheedy's got to slide out the serve. Rayner's got to slide out the serve. Through comes Wegener. Through comes Pianazzola. Wegener goes around the outside.
Ooh.
Rayner, oh no!
Oh, Pianazzola's going to go through.
Watch it! Jordan's through to second. What the bloody hell is going on there? I don't have the race control right now. You just had to know that was coming. Sheedy is going to win. There's an asterisk across the entirety of the final two sectors of that last lap, ladies and gentlemen. Race control will definitely want to have a look at that. Pianazzola in for second. That will stand because he didn't get up involved in any of it. Rayner, Cox, Amos, Wegener limping it across the line, damage and all.
We'll have to have another look. I don't think Sheedy hit Rayner into.
I don't think so either.
I think he just lost it on his own, and Sheedy just went deep on his own as well. But I'll see if we can bring it up and have another look quickly.
Let's do that before we lose the server entirely. And of course, we'll go to the elite split as soon as we're done, folks. But what the hell? Kurt Nommensen got through for 10th, so he gets the invert. Lee Peckham was 11th. Just to cover all that off, I'll go back and have a look at the results in a moment. Here's Sheedy. Now, was the door open for him on the inside? Oh, Rayner got it. Okay,
yeah.
So yeah. So Sheedy's fine. So that'll all stand. Wow-wee. Sheedy's fine because what happened there was Rayner got it too tight on the first of the right-handers.
Yeah. Yeah, so Harrison lost it on his own there, and then he's just tried to maintain that position on, not sure who that was, and it's just gone poorly for the both of them.
That was Luke Wegener.
Yes.
Luke Wegener, and he just got gobbled up by Blake Cox and Liam Amos. That was interesting because obviously, yeah, Rayner unsettled himself by cutting the first triple strip, the first right-hander at the bottom of the circuit. That had him unsettled going into the second right-hander, which is the tighter of the two to take it back up the hill, kink it back left and up to the chicane. And as he's got unsettled, Sheedy was also probably a little bit too late on the brakes because as a way of not necessarily taking evasive action, but he's just followed him off the circuit. If it had got his braking markers right there, he would have hugged the apex on the inside and gone straight up the top of the hill. Not to be. Suave Harvey, disappointed with bidding P2. I get it. But the interesting thing in all of that is we won't get another look at it because they've gone into the warm-up here, boys, and it's a 5-minute warm-up as well. So we've got a couple of minutes to get out of here, which is good news for us, but it might be bad news for the server. There might be some precipitation on the way.
Can actually look at it again if you want to. SDK allows that now. Yep.
Oh, lovely. Excellent. Let's go and have another look. Obviously, we've already sorted out what happened at the bottom of the hill. Let's go to the top of the hill because rain has come back on the inside. Tight part of the racetrack, arguably only a one-line groove. You don't want to go through there 2x2. And neither one willing to budge. Rayner obviously just grunted by what happened at the bottom of the circuit and observing the slowdown. And, yeah, Wegner had nowhere to go.
Yeah, I think, unfortunately, that one might be on Harrison. We'll have to wait and see what race control says. I didn't get a good look at if he was still side by side at the turn in, but I'm not sure on that one. Yeah, we'll see what race control has to say.
You know what, Schmitty, for 8.5 laps, that was really tame.
Yeah, they turned it all on in the last half a lap.
How good. Well done to all and sundry. Quick recap of those results for you before we get out of here. The elite split coming up. Invert top 10. Kurt Nommensen has the pole position for that. All of that provisional, of course, folks, but we don't think there's a case to answer. Oh, look at the wrecking across the line. Sheedy Panazola, we think they're all good. The question marks will be Rayner and Vegeta. Cox, Amos, 4th and 5th beneficiaries of that garbage towards the end. Pianazola up +9. Really good effort from him, but now he's got to do it again from 9th. With Wade Sheedy 10th. McIntyre, Tippett, Pritchard, Nommensen, then Peckham, Daniels, Kahir, Beaumont, Kosh, Mortensen, Holland, Maxwell, Bennett, and Rollo, the top 20. We'll take a break. Claridge, Tierman, Luna, and Hanson was a lap down. Punter didn't finish. We'll take a break. We'll come back. This is, of course, Thursday Night Motorsport, live, exclusive and free across the platforms of the Gentleman Sim Racing Club. Night 4 of week 8 of term 3 for you. Formula V done and dusted, delivered in spades from the Willow Springs International Raceway. We're enjoying what we've seen from Imola so far. We've got the Porsche Elite Cup next. They go back to Enduro mode next week, so this is the last of our sprint races until we get to the season finale at Road America. I hope you can come back and join us on the other side of this short break. We'll be in Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin in a couple of weeks for the grand finale. Next, it's Imola. Will we have some precipitation? Join us to find out the Elite Split finale for round 8 on the other side of this short break. Plus, we'll go around the grounds as well. Stay with us, Thursday Night Motorsport, across Facebook and YouTube. We reconvene on a Thursday night on the platforms of the Gentleman Sim Racing Club. Third last one of term 3 for you. We're at the Imola circuit in Italy. Before we get to the Porsche Elite Cup, results from race 1 coming away in just a moment. But right now, 23 minutes to go in the second half at Suncorp. Melbourne winning a dead rubber. Typical when the pressure's off. 30-14, they're leading Brisbane at the moment. The Legends game at Marvel. The Vics have now hit the front, and they do so. 4 super goals, 12 goals, 4 behinds, 112 plays, 312, 6, 105. So the All-Stars on the back foot all of a sudden, having led much of the way so far. This is the Porsche Elite Cup. We're here with thanks to... I knew there was something I was going to do before we went to the break, and this is what we wanted to do. We're here with thanks to the great people at Disruptive Labs, Waste Options, Trophy AI, merch.GSRC.inc, and Flash Graphics. It's terrific to have your company wherever you're tuning in all around Australia or indeed the world. Now, keep an eye on driving standards in this race, ladies and gentlemen. I've just been given the tip-off that there was some discussion, some chatter in Discord servers this week with regards to driving standards, specifically targeting the Porsches. Not sure why. But yes, keep an eye out on that and just to see if anyone's actually read the memo and paid attention to it or whether or not they need another reminder. We'll wait and see how all of that goes. Porsche Elite Split standings coming into this round, folks. There it is for you. The state of play, Scott Rankin, 476, led Sam Chapman, 449. And then Benny Pedersen on 444 points, 441 for Willie Blair. Or Wiley Blair, I should say. Christ, I keep getting that wrong. I apologise. And then, of course, Luke Page, 440. Michael Vocci, 424. 405 for Jeff Adams. 402 for Lachlan Cable. 391 for the departed Corey Lazarus. And, of course, Adam Lavis on 384 points. Some big names lining up tonight. Do we have the results? Can we go and have a look at the results from race 1, please, Schmitty?
Yep,
there they
go.
are. Hey, Zach Kerr on top, if you don't mind. From Wiley Blair, Lachlan Capel, Michael Vocci. Actually, a lot of these guys lining up again after tearing around Phillip Island last night in the Porsche Invitational. Tyson Broad was 5th, Greg Cook, Adam Lavis, Jeff Adams, Sam Chapman, Jackson Russ, and then Scott Rankin. Rankin's missed the invert. Oh, no. And then Bryce Young, Paul Wood, Aidan Rankin, and then you go back to John Akers, Jonas Deggan, Bradley Ratu, Richard King, Jaden Wilcox, and Mitch Noble. Just the 21 cars lining up, the last of which will be Benny Pedersen, believe it or not. And Eli Donaldson, sorry, my apologies. Oh dear. Okay. And interesting to note that as we jumped into the server, Eli is sitting there in 17th on my sheet at the moment, so I don't know what the misreading is in all of that, but that's all right. We'll worry about that later. Jackson Russ, Sam Chapman, Jeff Adams, Adam Lavis, the second row, Greg Cook, Tyson Broad, third row, Michael Vocci, Lachlan Cable, fourth row, Wiley Blair, Zach Kerr, fifth row, Scott Rankin, Bryce Young, Paul Wood, Aidan Rankin, John Akers, Jonas Deggan, Bradley Ratu. Now that will be where the discrepancy is. Because Eli's showing us 17th on my screen, but I feel as though he's not actually out there. That might be an ill reading on iRacing's part or on SDK's part. Bradley Ruddy, Richard King, Jaden Wilcox, Mitch Noble. No Ben Pedersen at this stage. No Eli Donaldson at this stage. Let's wait and see. 2:01 local server time. I'll get back to the track and weather settings in just a moment. Lights out, away we go. 39 degrees on track, 26 ambient. We're racing again at the Imola circuit. Look who's charging through from the back of the field. Jaden Wilcox up 3 spots early. There has been some heated feeling in this series in recent weeks, and there's another one.
That'll be
Jeff Adams pulling the wrong way at turn 3. So what was that discussion? What was that memo that went out, Schmitty, about driving standards?
They're cleaning it up, boys. Let's see if you can do better in this one. Not sure exactly what happened in the previous race, but I think there was some disgruntled drivers.
Not sure that we've started well in race 2 either, just quietly. Sam Chapman leads from Jackson Russ. Great to see Russ up there in the elite split. Adam Lavis, Tyson Broad, Lachlan Capel, Zach Kerr already up 4 spots as well. The 2 Rankins up 1 and 3 spots respectively. can tell you now it's no better, says Eli Donaldson. Oh, okay, so Eli was out there, but now he's gone. He's watching on from the couch. Sliding down on the inside, Tyson Broad and Lachlan Cable and Adam Lavis. Oi, not yet. Zach Kerr, Greg Cook, Michael Vocci, Wiley Blair and Scott Rank in the top 10. Yeah, you might want to elaborate, Eli, because we saw your name in the server here, but we can tell that you're not out there, obviously. And Benny's not there with you, and Trav's on watching on in race control, so that obviously hasn't gone to plan, unfortunately, for you two blokes tonight. That'll be 2 frustrating nights on the trot for Benny with the Porsche. Richard King now showing off the road as well.
Yep. Oh, I wonder what happened to Richard there. Not a good night for the subpar cars.
No, both of them have pointed the wrong way at some point on the opening lap. Trouble. Jaden Wilcox, Mitch Noble, Paul Wood. Jaden Wilcox, Paul Wood, Mitch Noble. Let's say Oh, there you go. Eli Donaldson's got his Jim Jeffries, Gordon Ramsay on. There you go. Very good. You know that's only allowed when we go off air in the Discord server, in the broadcast booth here, Eli. Oh no. There have been some naughty words shared this week in Discord, and Race Control have clamped down on that accordingly. That's not the first. You are not the first guilty party to that. Yes. Particular way of being dismissed. Oh, okay. Well, there you go. It kind of helps if he's made aware before. So what happened the other night was there was this happened in I'm just trying to remember. It was GT3, wasn't it? And it happened at Suzuka in the bronze split. We had a driver excluded, driver disqualified for coarse language in server. So you're the second guilty party of that crime this week, Eli. Don't feel bad. You're in good company. It's not as though you're the lone soldier in that fight. Off goes Jonas Dagan, Sam Chapman, Jackson Rush. Have a look at the Logitech Orbit Drop their Motorsport boys. Ganging up now on the inside. Capel, Russ. Trouble, Broad in the dirt. And we'll now have a slow down to Cop as well. That will hurt. Russ to the inside. When is Broad going to get on the anchors? That's what I'm wondering. Oh, Russ! Russ has just dropped off the face of the planet. Now he's back. There we go. Oh, there we go. You can blame the net code for that, I reckon. Although Race Control will probably still have a look at Lachlan Cable's role in all of that. My goodness. So Jeff Adams down 12 spots, Jackson Russ down 12 spots, Paul Wood down 4 spots, Jaden Wilcox only +3 so far as a result of getting caught up in an incident in his own right. Have a look at this. Scott Rankin now up into 8th. Wiley Blair in behind him. Whoa. Adam Lavis, the squeeze job on Bradley Ratu. And in between them was Aidan Rankin and Bryce Young. And Michael Vocci as well. Plenty of spirited feeling in this one, I feel, Schmitty. We've seen these battles and rivalries sort of forming and brewing all season. They were bound to erupt at some point.
Yeah, it's unfortunately not the best look, but we're here to show some racing, and I'd like to see some clean racing, but that's unfortunately not what we seem to be getting as of late.
I look forward to Eli Donaldson sliding in here and having a chat with us once we get off air, just so I can get a proper understanding as to the context of what got him chucked out. Jaden Wilcox has been in and out in 5.95 seconds. Richard King's in as well. Mitch Noble, after 2 laps, has parked up and is done for the night. Now, there was an incident between Noble, Wood, and one other contender, and I'm not sure exactly the extent of what unfolded there, but you might have seen the off-track alerts on your replay settings there. Yeah, Miller Motorsport actually nailing the point. Can we have a look at the replay on Noble and what happened there? So Noble would, and maybe, hang on, let's have a look at this. Wilcox, that's who it was. Wilcox is that one in the middle. Oh, look at this. Wow, whoa, wild ride. Holy smoke. And look at Noble's car.
Yep, three into one does not go.
Especially there. And you just saw the toe in and toe out on that car. It was very lopsided after that impact. Holy smoke. So Chapman, Kerr, Capel, Cook and Vocci, the top 5. It's interesting to note, the only one that's lost ground in the top 10 so far is the man on screen, Adam Lavis. 6th, he's down 2. Wiley Blair to pit lane. Whoa, jeez. Aidan Rankin left it late to make a decision as to whether he was going into pit lane or not. Across the line we go. Chapman, Kerr, Capel. Capel fastest over the race, 143.689. Here's Aidan Rankin under pressure from Tyson Broad on the comeback now. Okay, so hang on. So Broad's observed the slowdown. So how's he ended up that far down? That's an interesting one for mine. He hasn't stopped yet either. So
here. He was off track for quite a while.
Oh, yeah, okay. This'll be interesting. Hold your breath. All on his own?
Yeah,
there we go. A Porsche doing Porsche things. Who'd have thought? I was going to say, there's no
Miller moment.
It was.
That reference.
And it was almost, replica of what we saw at the end of the open split as well, Schmitty. Very similar. But the interesting thing in all that for mine, it's all the bouncing going to the driver's head, says Thornberger. He's not wrong. But bouncing around on the pogo stick, they think that it's a bloody circus. The Adam Lavis down on the inside. Nice. Keeps Scott Rankin at bay for a little bit longer, but Bradley Rutchie's there to lend some support Rankin's way. Down the hill we go. Vermillion 1 and 2. Lachlan Capel 3rd, only 0.7 of a second away from Zach Kerr, who's chasing his teammate Sam Chapman. Chapo's got 3 seconds to the good at the moment. Still an asterisk next to his name with a review to what happened in Formula V. We'll get back to that later. In comes Bryce Young. 6.4 seconds for Wiley Blair so far. 5.95 for Jaden. 5.9 for John Akers. Richard King, 6.02 seconds. They're the pit stops so far. Rankin down the outside of Adam Lavis. Thank you very much. Opens up the door. Around the outside, no. Down on the inside now. Bradley Rutcher, the ball's in his court. Lavis not making life very easy for him at the moment. Nor should he. They're arguing over track position. They're in the same fight.
That was a big switchback by Ratu there. That was very well executed.
Oh, it's very well done, actually. You're right. I was just looking at the timing screen and I completely lost that in my peripherals as that happened. So I'm glad you called it. And Ratu has found a way. He had to. If he wanted to stay in contact with Scott and maybe the rest of the train, he had to find a way through at the first possible convenience. Slick stuff from Bradley Ratu. Wiley Blair's got to slow down to serve. I'm just trying to make sense of who's stopped and who hasn't. So everyone down to Paul Wood yet to stop. Everyone beyond that has stopped. Mitch Noble is still the only driver to have parked up and called it a night, apart from Benny Pedersen and Eli Donaldson. I'm still not sure as to why Ben's not out there. Eli's already self-confessed. But I was going to say, I must admit, I'm really glad that incident involving Bradley Ratu was self-inflicted. It was the car. It wasn't an incident involving another competitor. Because we were only talking last night on the Porsche Pro Invitational broadcast. We've only been talking here all season about those little inner-team rivalries that have been brewing. And if that had been another instalment of that, oh, geez, the gloves would have been off next week. when we go to Monza for 40 minutes worth of racing. So back-to-back Italian flavour for you as far as the Porsche Cup's concerned, folks. Back-to-back weeks in Italy. Back to 40-minute mode next week, and we're looking forward to that. Keep an eye on Bradley Radu. He actually, to be fair, he's got a more important role to play here with Scott Rankin. Jackson Russ, I think it is, has got a black flag to serve, by the way. And that's on pit lane. So he's got that as he's come into pit lane. We might get another move, but we might not as well, Jacob, because at the end of the day, Scotty is in contention for the championship. Bradley's not. So we might have a role to play here as, aiding some assistance to his teammate and helping push him forward. Rather than take track position and championship points away from him, keep any would-be contenders at bay, run that wall of defence for Scott. In the meantime, Adam Lavis is there chasing Tyson Broad as well. So that helps. That helps Rankin build some breathing space between himself and anybody else on the racetrack right now. 1:43.082 for Lachlan Cable, fastest lap of the race. Vermilion 1-2. Zach Kerr eating into that advantage that Chapo was enjoying, Schmitty, as Greg Cook comes to pit lane. That margin's now down below 2 seconds.
Yep, they're getting very close. Though I believe that would be Chapman's teammate in between them. Oh, no, sorry, that's Zach.
No, that is,
yes.
Yes. That is Chapo's teammate, you are right.
Yep.
There is Lockie Cable in behind them. So that advantage that Chapo had was 1.8. It's now 1.6. For some reason, I've just lost the timing screen. I know it'll come good eventually. The old SDK. That's
I did accidentally grab it and move it around, which may have caused it to freeze.
Well, actually, it's frozen on screen as well. You can see the clock has stopped. 12:27. It's not moving at the moment.
It has.
So, yes, there we go. We'll reset that for you, folks. There we go. 13 minutes and 10 seconds gone. It's a 27-minute race. 14 laps the journey. The All-Stars are walking away with this one at Marvel too, by the way, folks. 6 goals, 6 super goals, 16 goals, 5, 155 plays, 5, 13, 8, 131. The All-Stars are going to lose that fixture by about 24 points, it would seem. Noble out of business. There'll be more about that one. That was an ugly incident, unfortunately, between him and Jaden Wilcox. And Paul Wood was caught up as an innocent bystander and all of that. Now, when do they zig and zag? When do they come to pit lane? Let's wait and see. Oh, in comes Kerr. In comes Kerr. So as you can see there, I've still got nothing, by the way, Shooty.
I might have to restart SDK. It's working fine on my end, right. But the overlay seems to be not having a good time.
No, it's not liking life at the moment. Thank you, mate. Appreciate you getting on to that.
Just means, I'll restart. It just means we'll lose all the previous race information,
unfortunately.
Am I having
We
a
almost lost
issue?
the entire race.
Yeah.
We almost lost the entire race.
There.
Maybe the internet lines are starting to freeze in South Australia tonight. I'm not sure.
Yeah. All right, well, I'll restart SDK and we'll see how we go.
All right, fingers crossed. Stand by, folks. We'll get back to you very shortly. Oh, no, there it is. And it's still saying 13 minutes and 10 fires.
I've just fired it back up, so let's see if it reloads again.
We'll wait and see. I've never seen it do this. Yeah, actually, that's a fair point. The P-Cup pogo stick is rattling the wires of your internet connection. I like that. That's a fair call. 15 minutes got. Yeah, that's come back. Thank you, mate. Well done. But you're right. We have lost the relative of everybody's gains and losses of the night so far. But that's a small mercy to have the timing back on screen for the benefit of everybody there. Up onto the main straight. Here we go. Zigzag. There goes Bradley Ratu. Scott Rankin continues on. So does Adam Lavis. Zach Kerr has been in and comes out again. Aiden Rankin's got to slow down to serve. So, yes, we are going to not have any idea who's completed their pit stops and who hasn't, but basically Zach Kerr is the effective race leader at the moment on corrected order, having stopped. Everybody else ahead of him yet to stop. Adam Laver, Scott Rankin, Michael Vocci, Lachlan Capel and Sam Chapman. If we can remember those names as a collective, ladies and gentlemen, we should be okay. Kerr runs 6th at the moment. Box seat for the victory at this point.
Oh, it looks like SDK, maybe their server is having issues because it's running fine on my end, but the overlay is not happy.
No, SDK's cracked it again, hasn't it? Yeah, that's what I thought. Oh, well, it was good while it lasted, ladies and gentlemen. If I start to not make any sense whatsoever, it'll be because, as you can tell, I've got no data in front of me at this particular point in time. What I can tell you is that I think the lap counter is still right. The clock is just wrong. So I don't know if there's a way in which we can remove the clock from that screen, Schmitty. I'm not sure we've ever had to do that.
Let's see what I can do. Well, the thing is, I think if I click something, I don't think anything is ticking up.
No, that's fair. Just ignore the clock, folks.
I've still got the time on my end, so I can let us know when we get a bit closer to the end. We're at 17.5 minutes now.
We'll be able to let you know with regards to where the final lap's going to be, ladies and gentlemen. We're on lap 10. That's all we know. Hopefully, when the 10th lap is completed, we'll be able to pass that information on. But yes, there's not much we can do about the on-screen issues that we're having at the moment because as the great man has said.
It ticked up a few times.
It did, you're right. As Schmitty has said, though, it would seem as though we've got a little bit of an issue at SDK's end. Convenient time for it to happen as well. Oh, hang on, there we go.
Oh, maybe we're back.
Where there's fire, there's life. Jackson Russ is on pit lane at the moment as well. By the way, there was a ground invader at the at Marvel Stadium at the end of the Legends game. Fully clothed, so you can't actually call it a streak, but he'll still be getting led off the ground in handcuffs, I would assume, by law enforcement and security and the like. It's not just, yeah, okay, copy that. Thank you, Andrew Neal. It's just not Schmitty. No, that's true. Although that being said, at least one of the issues for us wasn't self-inflicted like it was a couple of weeks ago, courtesy of your good self. 19 minutes gone. Chapman, Capel, Vocci, Rankin. That's your top four. Lavis 5th. They're the ones yet to stop. The question is, when are they going to stop? No interest from Chapman in doing so just yet. Michael Vocci stops now. So does Scott Rankin. And I dare say Adam Lavis will follow as well. So it'll just be Chapman and Capel to go. And can Capel reel Chapman in or not? They're all on pit road. Lavis, Vocci, Rankin. Here comes Capel. Chasing Chapman. The margin 2.1. It's as good as done for Chapo. He just needs to avoid incident. Keep it on the black stuff. Keep it pointed straight. In the right direction. Legends game won by Victoria to the tune of 25 points, ladies and gentlemen, 162 to 137. No, I don't know what I'm talking about either, obviously. And yet I still get paid to talk. It's great. 20 minutes gone. Oh, off goes Greg Cook. Off goes Greg Cook. Off goes Greg Cook, and that's a biggie. Oh, boy. End of the main straight, heading into the Parabolica. Or the Tamburello, I should say. And off he goes. Oh, no. I don't like how that's looking. Is he going to get some help here? Yep.
I think I've seen that one before, but in Formula One. Though they were a little bit more on the track this time.
Going a little bit faster. Oh, boy. Race control, good luck. There have been some nasty shunts tonight, no doubt about that. Who'd have thought we'd be sitting here on a Thursday night saying that Formula V was the cleanest of the three? Greg Cook, Mechanical Meatball, unsurprisingly. In come Chapman and Capel. Last right's being read on this race right now by this bloke here, Zach Kerr. White flag will fly, not this time by the line, but the next time by the line, folks. Lap 13 underway for our race leaders as they hit pit road. Out comes Chapman, out comes Capel. Long pit lane, though, here at the Imola circuit, so they've still got some ground to cover. Kerr will be at full speed, tyres up to temperature. Out comes Chapo ahead of them all. He's done it again. Here comes Kerr, however. Has Zach got something to say about the fact that his teammate holds sway with a lap and 3/4 to go? I think he's too far back. Chapo has absolutely bolted it in. And he's done it again. How many times are you going to offer him a fuel race on a silver platter, sprint invert style, and say, righto, mate, go and do what you do best?
Oh, no. What happened there? They were side by side, and then there was a car in the gravel.
Right. And it was Jaden Wilcox, I do believe. Let's have a look. Wilcox on the inside, Lavis. Scotty Rankin, that was just ahead of them. Wilcox into Lavis. And, Lavis is giving him a little bit of a help. Yeah, right.
There was overlap still, I think.
There was.
The rules dictate that if you had overlap on the previous, that's a connected combination of corners, so the overlap still needs to be allowed for, even if you don't quite have it, you need to leave room.
Correct. So let's wait and see what race control have to say about that. But yes, suffice to say they won't be getting out of here right on time tonight, I wouldn't imagine. A little bit of paperwork to do after the fact. Here's Paul Wood, 13th right now. Chasing Aidan Rankin. This is for 12th. So we've got through a couple of tech issues. We're right. SDK's come good. The font's restored. Greg Cook's still got a mechanical meatball. White flag flies for Chapman. Now, hang on. Can we just have a look at this, Schmitty? Right. Lap 14 of 14, we're going to finish at least 2 minutes ahead. Actually, more than that. 2.25 minutes ahead of the iRacing clock here.
We could have gone 15. Right.
Yeah,
he'll say it's right because it's supposed to be a 25-minute race, but
it will. but when we're finishing inside 25 minutes, I'm going to claim that one. That's going to be my victory this time.
You're lucky you weren't
down on
here
the inside. That is for 12th. Rankin around the outside, forcing the issue. You don't want to be arguing like that with race stewards, ladies and gentlemen, but Rankin loses out regardless. Wood goes through to 12th. Sorry, you were saying, Shooty?
I said lucky you weren't here last night because Jeff also cut us off a couple laps in the supercars.
Oh, of course. Oh, no.
I think he was expecting the wet race, and it was bone dry.
And I think they were expecting the same here as well
tonight. I think so,
yes. And what did we get? Not a Skerrick. Waste of time packing the raincoat. Chapman's going to do it again. How many times? And this is a defining round of the season as well because Rankin hasn't fired. Chapman was 27 points away. This will be race victory number 2 of the season and a 4th podium finish as well. Chapman hitting his straps at the right end of the season. Zach Kerr happy to sit behind his teammate and let him enjoy the spoils of victory. Chapman wins race 2 of round 8 of the GSRC Porsche Elite Cup from the Imola circuit in Italy. How about that? Vermilion 1-2. And I tell you what, when they team up and get on a run, by gee, they do it well. And what might have been had Eli Donaldson not, told us exactly what he was feeling about the world and the time and the incident and everything else. Could have been a 1-2-3. Oh, dear. Oh, boy. The Legends game done and dusted, ladies and gentlemen. The NRL done and dusted as well. Melbourne with this kick from 5 metres in from touch. Full time has sounded. The kick is on its way. It's left. It's right of the uprights, I should say. And Brisbane have gone down to Melbourne, 46 points to 20. Where was that form back in March? Fair dinkum. I can't tell I'm half aggrieved as a Melbourne Storm supporter, can you? Chapman, Kerr, Capel. Voci, Blair, Broad and Ratu, the top 7. So 3 Logitech Orbit Drop Bear Motorsport entries in the top 7. The Ignium Motorsport entry of Bryce Young was 8th. The 4th of the Logitech entries was Scotty Rankin in 9th. Adam Lavis was 10th. The Aussie Racers stable mates. Jaden Wilcox is 11th. Paul Wood 12th. There's a couple of asterisks there though, Schmitty, because Race Control has got some tape to review.
Yep, they certainly do.
They've got some customers already. Going to be a late night for them. Kurt Nomanson's in there. Sean Benici's in there. Tristan Kosh, Jackson Russ. They're not getting out early tonight. No doubt about that. Kurt Nomanson actually has escaped Race Control and made his way up here to Central Commentary. He joins us now. Kurt, how come you've had to grace Race Control with your presence, please?
I was just confirming a call in from the heat race just to make sure, because I didn't hear anything from Tim about it, so I just wanted to make sure.
Making sure that somebody that you were aggrieved with was getting into trouble, or making sure that you weren't getting into trouble, or both?
I think it was a bit of both, but it was more just making sure what was going on, because I wasn't sure from the cockpit, so I thought I'd double check.
Oh, very nice. Very nice. We'll get back to you in just a moment. Sean Benici. Sean Benici just confirming that he wasn't there in Race Control to get whacked across the knuckles. He's there just purely as an observer at this particular point in time, and I think he'd be happy about that. And Lewis Greathead, I can't read that comment at the moment. Vermilion Esports on top. That's exactly what that says. Thank you, Schmitty. Back to the results we can go. Chapo from Kerr, stay with me, Kurt, coming to you in a moment. Jacob McIntyre's about to come in and have a chat as well. I can only hope that he wasn't wrecking in a straight line tonight when we get to him. Lachlan Cable, Michael Voci, Willie Blair, Tyson Broad, Bradley Ratu, Bryce Young, Scott Rankin and Adam Lavis, the top 10 there. Jaden Wilcox, 11th. Paul Wood, Aidan Rankin, Jeff Adams, John Akers, Richard King. Not bad after they were both pointing the wrong way on the opening lap, those two from subpar. Very subpar opening lap from them, if you'll pardon the pun, but not without some help. Jonas Deggan, Greg Cook, he will still get classified on 75%, but Jackson Russ and Mitch Noble will not. Interesting, Schmitty. Vermilion too good, but I tell you what, geez, there's going to be... The post-mortems here are going to be very interesting.
Yes, they are. Certainly a lot of action to be reviewed by Race Control, and I'm sure whoever turns up in the booth here will have a lot to talk about with what we've seen tonight.
Now, Kurt, I might go back to you for a moment here. We've got Mr. McIntyre, Mr. Wilcox, Mr. Rayner standing on by as well, and we're looking forward. I'm particularly looking forward to hearing from Jaden, quite frankly. Let's start with you, though, Kurt. So earlier in the week, I was reliably informed as we got on air for the Porsches tonight after some scintillating Formula V racing, right? DWR just saying to Miller, wait till you see where I finished in Open. Oh, no. We'll get back to the results from race 2 of the Open split in just a moment. In fact, Kurt, you might have them there with you, and if you do, I'll get you to run through them in just a moment. But all right, let's have a chat about a couple of things here. Because you said that you sustained a little bit of damage in race 1. How did that come about, please?
It was just constant concertinas on that first lap. I just kept getting thumped in the rear, and I think I got about 8 incident points by the time we got to the top of the hill again. So yeah, it bent the rear bumper up enough that, yeah, it just didn't feel great, and I was struggling to keep it in a straight line on exit of the corners.
But at least you got out there in race 2 and were able to make the most of the invert pole, I see, from the results that are just about to pop up on the screen for everybody at home.
Yeah, I definitely, I had the clear track because I got the good start over, I think it was Tom. I just got a cleaner start, got the runaway, and just kept the gap for most of it. I think Jordan let me have it because I think he had a bit of a smack on the wrist that he had to serve, so he just kind of backed out of it and didn't cost himself more time fighting over nothing.
That's fair. Jordan, second across the line at least. All this provisional as well, folks. There'll be some penalties applied by the sounds of it after the fact. But 0.35 the margin. McIntyre in for third. We'll hear from him in a moment. Wade Sheedy, the championship leader, back in 4th place. Tom Pritchard, Luke Wegener, Troy Mortensen, Justin Cahir, Leo Amos, and then Chase Tippett and Harrison Rayner made up the top 11. Sorry, I went one further than I normally do, but it gives us good context as to where we're going when we catch up with Harry in a few moments' time as well. Now, Kurt, we saw when we brought Toyota 86 Racing here that it was an absolute dodge and car sort of affair, right? It was absolute bedlam. But I'm reliably informed that there was a memo go out specifically targeting the Porsche split and cohort, so the two splits, with regards to driving standards. Do you feel as though, right, just from your perspective, I'm interested in everybody else's thoughts as we go here. I'm sure they'll have differing views. Do you feel as though everybody received the memo, or they might want to go and read it again?
For the most part, in open, I think everybody got the memo. It was, it was a bit of contact here and there, but it was very clean and, hard racing for the most part. So I don't think open at least needs to go back and read it, but obviously I haven't seen Elite, so I don't know if I can comment on that one.
We haven't seen Elite, but apparently race one was spicy enough to verify that, yes, I think you're right. They might need to go back and have another look. Hey, must be pleasing to get a W, mate. We know how competitive. I mean, as I said to Schmitty when we got racing in the second race tonight in the Elite split, it's just nice at this point of the season to see that there are still double digits on these Porsche grids. The fact that you have to go out there and earn your stripes on a Thursday night rather than just turning up and, everybody sort of bags a prize sort of thing. The fact that you need more than your 10 fingers to count the cars on track, it's good for the club and it's good for you guys that turn up and are committed to the task.
Yeah, it is, especially, if you have just a little mistake in qualifying, it costs you a lot more than it did a while back there when the numbers decided to drop off. So it's definitely makes it a lot more rewarding when you do end up getting that win.
Jaden slipped out of the room and then I've seen him in the green room. I've just dragged him back in. I hope that was what I was supposed to do. I'm not sure if he was sitting up there on his line.
No, he wants to be out of it. Sorry, Zach. He has informed me.
Oh, okay, right. Well, in that case, then I'll because I'm sitting here, I'm not sure what the hell's going on. So someone's going to have to. Okay, right. Oh, so there you go. So Mr. Wilcox is not going to have a chat to us on air, but he's going to have a chat to us off air. So get the coffee brewing, ladies and gentlemen. Late night ahead. Very nicely done. Thank you, Jaden, for that verification, because I'm sitting here thinking, what the hell am I supposed to do? Leave you up there as a Nigel. It's all right. I'll jump up in the green room. We've had to do that the last couple of weeks because just to give everybody at home some context, when the drivers jump in here for a chat with us, they're on push to talk. And they get really sick if they stick around for any great period of time after the show of having to continue to use push to talk. At least in the green room, they don't have to do that. So we vacate the broadcast booth and jump up into the green room where we end up it goes very downhill very quickly. And we stay there for far too long considering that we've all got stuff to do tomorrow. But we're looking forward to, I'll catch up with you shortly, Jaden. Thank you for that verification. Now, with regards to you, Kurt, important result, really, quite fairly. Let me just drag up your results here. Work's kind of got in the way. You missed the first two rounds. Third round, 12th and a 7th. Couple of penalties worn there. 8th, 3rd, 5th, 11th. 1st, 9th, 10th, 1st. At least you're consistent.
Yeah, well, that's the main thing, isn't it? Keeping it consistent.
One bottom half of the top 10 result, one top half of the top 10 result each week. But a very different way of going about it, because last week you earned your stripes, you got the race win in the opening sprint race, right? And then in the second race, you've obviously not been able to get through the field, the Interlagos circuit there, and you've come home with a 9th place. This week, you battled away with damage in the first race. You're sitting there in 10th. You get the invert pole. You capitalise on it. But I want to come back and ask you about the Imola circuit as a whole, because, I mean, it's a great circuit. We know that. We've enjoyed what we've seen here in the past. We know Formula One's talking about staging probably, well, they'll probably name it the Abu Dhabi Grand Prix based on the fact that they're going to Malaysia for the Bahrain Grand Prix in December here, as with a view to not being able to go to the Middle East, of course. But what we've seen tonight is just how aggressive these guys had to be to get their overtaking manoeuvres done, which illustrates again that it's not the world's easiest circuit to go and execute overtaking manoeuvres on successfully.
Yeah, you definitely have to work for it. You have to set it up, get the run, know where you can get the better corner exit, and yeah, you got to be a little bit aggressive with it, and you know, hope that they give you the racing room, being that little bit more aggressive. But no, I like the track. The Porsche Cup car is really nice to drive around here, actually, and really enjoy driving this car around this track. This combo specifically is really nice. I'm not so sure about some of the other cars that I've driven around here, but definitely the Porsche Cup car.
Take nothing away from what you've achieved and your improvement as a competitor throughout the course of the season and your overall pace, etc., right? I don't want to blow too much smoke here. But do you feel as though that difficulty of overtaking also worked in your favour in that invert?
No, actually. I didn't have anyone racing against me at all, pretty much. There was clear track until the end, and yeah, as I said, I think Jordan just backed out of it a little bit and didn't fight for the win. So other than that, no, I didn't really have a lap that I didn't lead and wasn't really defending a single lap with the difficulty to overtake.
So do you feel as though, so just fill in the gap there for me. Do you have any idea of the context as to why Jordan might have an invoice in that second race?
From the comms I got, it was a self-report. So,
oh, okay.
Yeah, he did a silly, and yeah, he called himself in.
So he's hung himself, essentially.
Yeah, pretty much. I think so.
Yeah. All right. Well, it's been a mixed bag of fortunes for JP and Azola tonight. I mean, obviously a very good second race in Formula V, not so good third race. He chased his tail in the first race as well, and also had to chase from outside the top 10 to get into second position for the invert on race number 2 of the Porsches as well. He charged home. He was the beneficiary of some garbage between Harry Rayner and Wagner that I want to get to the bottom of in a moment with Harry as well. But from your standpoint, mate, this will obviously be interesting to see. I don't have any points coming through at the moment. I think Adam Lavis might have another early start tomorrow morning, so we might be updating these points tomorrow night for the benefit of everybody tuning in at home. But you continue to climb up the order. 4:06 coming into the round. You are sitting 8th, a first and a 10th. Good haul of points, good momentum. But what have you got to do to take the results that you've been able to achieve in the smaller races, the 2 wins there in the sprint and the feature in respective weeks? What are you going to do to convert that into 40-minute pace and bag a result similar to Silverstone without maybe the assistance of weather when we get to Monza next week?
It's just going to be more and more seat time, doing practice when I can, getting a feel for the car, and just hoping that I don't make those silly little mistakes. I seem to be getting rid of those silly little mistakes, so now it's just working on the pace consistency more than the little mistakes that I was trying to iron out at the start of the season.
All right, very nicely done. And of course, Monza, great racetrack. Really difficult to break clear and find your own real estate to play with and your own space and room to breathe there, mate. You'll have your work cut out for you next week because it is a great racetrack, particularly if you like slipstreaming, bump drafting and overtaking.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a lot of work with those very long straights and the way these cars go in slipstream. If you have even a click less wing, you get a lot more top end when you're sitting behind someone. So it's going to be interesting to see who goes the lower aero to go down those straights and who tries to keep the car planted through the Lesmos.
All right, very nicely done. With apologies, my phone is going ballistic at the moment, so we might just turn that on to silent for this particular point of the evening. Some people think that 10 o'clock in the evening is the best time to start discussing life. Hello, Jacob Miller, on that note, by the way. He was responsible for one of them. Kurt, what's next for you? Is it just the Porsches next week, mate? I mean, obviously, we're hoping the work schedule lightens up a little bit, not so much from an income standpoint, but from an ability to go racing standpoint for next term.
Yeah, it's looking so far like it'll just be the Porsche Cups, and I'll just be focusing on that because I think I got another afternoon shift next Monday. So, yeah, we'll just have to focus on the Porsche Cup, and hopefully that next term I can do a little bit more racing.
Yes. I was fully expecting that. By the way, Jacob, so Jacob's having two conversations with me at the moment, folks. He's in the YouTube chat and he's also messaging on Instagram. Guilty as charged, because we were chatting at midnight last night after the Porsche Pro, because he went back and had a look at Zach Ratway-White's jump start. And I said there was a reference that I made in there to Mark Scaife at Eastern Creek, so I actually had to find, or Sydney Motorsport Pug as it's now known, I actually had to go back and find the clip on YouTube and send it through to him. In fact, Miller, we were a little bit surprised that we didn't have you in here this evening. So if you want to stop by for the post-race show, feel free to do so. I'll be in here hearing all about the trials and tribulations of the night of Jaden Wilcox, by the sounds of things. So looking forward to that. Have a look at that. He was very quick to throw me under the bus there, wasn't he? Very good stuff. Who else is messaging me? Oh, that's right, Marcus Rumler. Marcus Rumler, good luck to him and good luck to everybody else that's racing down at Winton this weekend. The Winton... Oh, here we go. Hang on. Been invited out to go lawn bowling with a pro, couldn't turn that down. What? There's a 24-hour lawn bowling rink in the... Okay, righto. No worries. All right. Fair call. There must be... I didn't realise that you could go lawn bowling at this time of the night. That's excellent. Very good. What was I in the middle of saying? Oh, I'm in the middle of wrapping up with Kurt. That's number one. Number two, we've got Sam Chapman and Zach Kerr standing by. Number three, we've got Jacob McIntyre and Harrison Rayner standing by. Number four, Marcus Rumler had a post up on his story on Facebook today, ladies and gentlemen, going into in the middle of rural Victoria, by the way. In the tiny town, there's nothing else to do. Fair enough. Okay, copy that. Speaking of tiny towns in rural Victoria, Benalla this weekend, Winton 300. Good luck to all and sundry competing down there in the Winton 300, now under Motorsport Australia sanctioning, because they've given the AASA the heave-ho, just like the rest of the Australian motorsport industry, which is why when Marcus Rumler checked in there this afternoon and you could see the big bloody Winton Motor Raceway banner in his story post, I said, you should have fun. It should be a nice, peaceful sort of weekend now that it's a white-free zone. And I meant every word of it as well. Kurt, Road America Super Sprint racing in 2 weeks' time, Monza next week, and we're looking forward to that. Who would you like to thank, please?
I just want to thank all the guys over at RER and all the sponsors, AITX, Shieldcoat, Switspeed, Chelsea Clean, RSW Graphics, Kibby, IR Sidekick, Shore by 4 and Slady's Glossworks.
Very nicely done. Good to catch up with you. Feel free to hang around. But I will move the conversation around at this particular point in time. Did good tonight. Good to see you out there. And hopefully another win or two for you before the end of the season. But not lost on you, I think, just how difficult it's going to be with the improvement of Jordan Pianazzola, the pace that Wade Sheedy's setting at the front of the field, especially next week. There's no inverts happening there as well. So it's going to be interesting to see how all that plays out. Speaking of that split, though, Jacob McIntyre, Harrison Rayner, hello to you, boys. Jacob, stay with me. I'm coming back to you. Harry, do you want to just give us some sort of insight into the shenanigans, if I can put it politely, of the last lap of race one, which we saw on broadcast, please?
All right. Yeah, it was awesome racing, I have to admit. That was very fun up until the end.
Up until the end. So talk us through that final lap, because we're looking at that thinking, oh, hang on, race control's going to have a bloody field day with this.
All right. Well, it started very nice. Until the end, and I binned it, and then it just got to me around the end when I tried to brake for the chicane, and I took it a little bit too deep and took out someone, and I'm very, very sorry about that one.
Very unlucky, actually, because there's been a couple of instances this week where you've been caught up in incident. I particularly felt for you and everybody else, Suzuka Monday night, when that car of yours in GT3 just snapped out from under you. You got off camber, hit the wrong bump, and it smashed you into the tyre wall on pit lane at Suzuka, back out onto the racetrack and cleaned a couple of up as though you were going 10-pin bowling.
Yeah. That that was a very eventful night. I don't really want to look back at it too much. I've never had the Lambo snap on me like that ever. I'm still very surprised about that accident now.
You and me both, because again, we normally only associate that with Porsches, quite frankly. But I guess the other point as well, as you say, right up until that last lap, it was a cracking scrap, particularly between you and Wade Sheedy. We thought you had it there for a minute, but then, as you say, the car had other ideas that slid you through. You've then got into the wheels with Luke Wegener, but at least you had an opportunity through 5 minutes to put that to one side and focus on race 2. Just talk us through how that went for you, because we saw the results earlier. It wasn't bad.
Yeah, the start wasn't too bad. I started very nice. I got on a bit of a dirt on the cold tyres and I slid off track and went to the back of the grid, but I slowly got it back during the race. After the pit stop, I definitely gained a couple of positions pitting early, so that was a very good benefit to pitting early there. Indeed.
And then what about the rest of it, mate? Because obviously strategy plays a small part in these races, but at the same time, as Kurt's already illustrated and a couple of the other boys have spoken about, the Imola circuit, you've got to work hard on track if you're going to move up through the field, executing overtaking manoeuvres and the like. How'd you find that?
I haven't really done Imola too much. Same as the Porsche Cup. I think this is my 3rd time on the Porsche Cup and my first ever race in Imola. So I did pretty well for the first times on using the combo. So I'm really loving the Porsche Cup. I'm definitely looking at doing more of Porsche Cup in this league, definitely.
Well, hopefully the results are a bit more like tonight and a little bit less like round 6 when we last saw you on the grid, when you only picked up 22 points, 27th on a DNS at Hockenheim. So tonight at least has gone a lot better than that.
Yeah, I'm very happy about tonight. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to next week's Porsche Cup at Monza. It'll be really interesting on turn 1 on lap 1.
Turn 1, yeah, oh, jeez. Yeah, you've nailed the point. That's a trip haphazard and a half, waiting to claim a few victims, and it does it in the real world so well as well. Just ask the GT World Challenge. Hey, talk to me very quickly about how you feel about the Red Bull Ring for Monday night in that Lambo.
Again, it's not really a track I've done much of. I think the last time I've done the Red Bull Ring was in Gran Turismo, so I'm really looking forward to be doing this in iRacing. Now,
it's interesting hearing some of what you're saying as well, because I'm getting the impression at least. Oh, actually, there's what happened to Greg Cook, by the way. So we'll get back to that in a few moments' time. On replay, for those of you that are tuning in around Australia, you are watching the replay of race 2 from the Porsche Elite Split on the platforms of the Gentleman Sim Racing Club. We go sprint racing again in a fortnight's time with this series. Single race next week from Monza. But I'm getting the impression that you're a bit new to the iRacing caper, Harry. The fact that this was your first run at Imola, you're new to the Red Bull Ring, you're new to the Porsche Cup. Just how new are you to this entire caper?
I've been sim racing for a while, but I've only been on iRacing for a year. I think, well, my first simulator was Project Cars 1 back in like 2018, so that's kind of where it started. Yeah.
So why the transition to, because obviously there's various different sim platforms out there, Assetto Corsa, Project Racing. I mean, they've got a new incarnation out on PlayStation at the moment. I saw they were promoting some content drops for that today. There's obviously R Factor and a few other things. What twisted your arm to come across and give iRacing a crack?
Well, it was a bit of the hype and I fell for it, and I do not regret it. I do not regret it.
It can be a bit of an addictive drug once it gets you sucked in. There's no doubt about that. But at least it's not as expensive as some of the addictive drugs out there, I've got to say.
Yeah, I mean, it's a lot cheaper than the Hyundai XLs, I've got to say.
That's true. And not only that, also a little bit cheaper than any of the other recreational sorts as well, but that's a completely different story. This is a good expensive and a good legal drug in which you can consume as much as you bloody well like, ladies and gentlemen. And of course, it gives you, as the boys here will attest, for anyone that doesn't have the real world budget to go real world racing, this gives you as much of an adrenaline rush as that ever will.
Yeah, I mean, race one was getting me really hyped. My heart was racing. Like, I could never felt something like that before in sim racing. It was definitely a first time feeling like that in a race.
All right, let's wrap it up. Porsches and GT3s. What else tickles your fancy as far as the GSRC is concerned, please?
Might give GT1 Civil War a try again this week. I didn't really have a good finish to it last week, so I'm looking to give it another go.
All right, very nicely done. Did you hear back from race control with regards to what happened there with Luke Wegener?
I did not know what happened there.
I didn't hear either. I was hoping you had. I was hoping you might have brought some information to the table for me. That's all right. We'll have to go and research it ourselves. Very nicely done. Harry, good to have you tuning in, mate. Good to have you jumping in the booth for a chat with us. Hopefully we'll catch up as the season goes on. And obviously Term 4 is not too far away either. Who would you like to thank?
I'd like to thank the team, SRB, and all the drivers there. Miller, McIntyre, all of them there. SRB. That's about it, really. Just the team.
Just the team.
Yeah.
Just the vibe. I like it. Go well, mate. Thank you for stopping on by. Thanks for being a good sport about it. We'll hopefully catch up with you next week.
Yep. All right. Thank you, Zach.
Very nicely done. I've got Mr. Kerr and Mr. Chapman standing on by. I'll get to you two in a minute, Chapo. I'm sure we'll have some interesting summations of Formula V at the very least. But at least he'll be happy with how the second race in the Porsches went, that's for sure. Mr. McIntyre, good evening to you. Flew under the radar, just quietly went about your business in race one, but as we saw there in race two, nice little step up onto the podium, mate. Talk us through the night.
Yeah, race one could have gone better. I feel like I was stuck behind a couple of slower cars. This track really makes you work for the overtake. Pretty much, unless you don't get a good run out of T1. Sorry, not T1, the final corner. You can't really make the overtake. So yeah, kind of flew under the radar in race one, but got a good getaway in race two. Pitted really early because I thought that was just. These cars react really nicely on low fuel. So by the end of the race, tires are already pretty nice. I'm pretty good at driving on the worn tires. I feel like every race that goes long, I feel like I do actually pretty well in. Yeah, it's just a tire management game, making sure people don't get the run on you. By the end of that race two, I had a 10-second lead on P4. Unfortunately, Jordan suffered a 10-second penalty, so that made me step up to P2. And we had a good time.
Oh wow, that's a hefty invoice for Pianazzola. I'm sure he's got to come and have a chat to us at some point, considering the night he's had. Topsy-turvy, ebbing and flowing sort of night for him, highlighted by the win in Formula V, of course, and being second across the line in Heat 1 here in the Porsches. But yeah, 10 seconds. Oh, geez. Good luck. Good luck with that. In fact, if Schmidt's got those results there still for... I'm not sure if you do, mate. If you don't, it doesn't matter. If you've still got those results handy for race 2 of the Porsche Open.
Yeah.
If you've still got them, let's just have a look at what that's going to do. You said 10 seconds, didn't you, Jacob?
Yes, sir. Correct. Yeah.
Jordan. So that's going to only drop him behind you. Okay, so that's not as bad an invoice as what it would have been if it was Formula V. In race 1, there were 5 of them by a tenth of a second. So it's not going to be as hefty an invoice as what it could have been for Jordan. But still, and it's a double podium for the night, but still it'll be a little bit of a sting in the tail for him. The fact that he got the fastest of the race, but will lose that second place finish. From your personal standpoint, though, you mentioned the difficulty of overtaking here. There's a couple of things to this, right? If you play the patient, gentlemanly game, you end up somewhat doing yourself a disservice, an injustice, don't you? But at the same time, to keep a clean set of heels, not wear the rubber race control, that bodes well going forward too. From a personal standpoint, not racking up safety license penalty points or anything like that. But at the same time, if you do want to make your way forward, this is one of those circuits where, as you say, if you get stuck behind a car or two that are slower than you, and there's no legitimate proper way forward for you to try and get by cleanly, it can make things pretty frustrating.
It sure can. I feel like this Cup tonight was a bit better than the rest of them, but this Cup definitely brings out the worst in people in terms of driving standards. Not so gentlemanly in P Cup as it is. So look, if this was in the officials, it would have been a different story. It would have been pretty quick on the officials, because you just bump people out the way, really.
Yeah.
You know, you can't do that here. So
that's exactly right. That's when the punt comes in. You get given 10 safety license penalty points a season. They're there to spend. It says Miller Motorsport. Don't encourage them. They don't need it. But secondly, the interesting point there from Twitch AU, Wade Sheedy, championship leader, picked up a 25-second penalty. So obviously the gloves were off in that second race in the Porsche Open Cup. Very nicely done. Hey, Jacob, how do you go about converting the strong result in race 2 into a 40-minute showing when we get to Monza next week? Of course, back to one race format, one pit stop, no invert, no second chances. It's pretty much you've got to put your cards on the table and play with them from the outset. And we know that there are some guys there that on the back of disappointment in the second race here tonight will be back with vengeance, back to prove why they are up at the pointy end of the table, particularly Wade Sheedy. I think Jordan will want to respond as well. It won't be a straightforward assignment next week. Where are the goalposts? What are you hoping for?
Well, I don't own Monza, so I'm going to do what I have always done in P Cup, and I'm going to buy it in qualifying.
Wow. Okay. Interesting. Which brings me to another point that we were talking about last week with regards to, I think I asked Chapo and maybe Zach about this, but I certainly asked Chapo. The arrive and drive caper, does it work for everybody these days? You would argue that more and more people are doing away with that way of going about their business, but if it's not broke for you, don't fix it, right?
Yeah, I'm just looking at my results now, and you know, a 6, a 9th, a 1st, a 4th, a 6th, a 10th, an 8th. It seems to be working pretty well. A second in Imola. So I mean, Imola's a bit different. It's my favorite racetrack of all time. So that's a little bit different.
Miller Motorsport commenting that he'll be here. He'll be off the bowling green by then. He'll be back with us, so that'll be good. But then, as Twitch AU quite rightly puts it, Twitchy AU, yes, a track where the championships will be decided on turn 1. And if they're not decided on turn 1 there, they will be at Road America the following weekend for Super Sprint Racing. I'm so excited about Super Sprint Racing for the championship finale from Road America. We've never taken the Super Sprint format there to Road America. We do this time with the Porsche Cup. We're looking forward to that immensely. That was ugly Mitch Noble and Jaden Wilcox and Paul Wood. We needed to get to the bottom of that one. We will do so later in the piece. Although good news, looks as though race control is checked out for the night. Race control is cleared out, so good news there. They've signed off. The rest will be up to Adam Lavis to sort out and decipher tomorrow. And thanks to everybody. Oh no, hello Bradley Ratu. Well done to everybody commenting on the stream as well. We've picked up 100 comments throughout the course of the last 3 hours, and we're not done yet. I am sure. Hey, Jacob, what else is on the agenda for you for the next couple of weeks, mate?
So the GT3 is still doing a bit of a strong showing. Did some wet practice. Feeling pretty strong. I'm not going to drop too many hints, but I'm feeling pretty strong there. The Lambo's cooking. So yeah, I'm pretty excited about that. It's funny that Twitchy's messaging as well. He's my teammate in the. We've been eyeing off who's in pro, and the team championship. We might still be ahead. So we're keeping that under lock and key, possibly.
Hang on, I'm going to go Teams Championship. Hang on, here we go. So let's have a look. See here. Are we talking GT3 or are we talking Porsche?
P Cup, the only one that matters.
P Cup, right? Teams Championship. Okay, so now that I've put two and two together, Liam Amos is who you're talking about. Twitchy AU. That makes a lot more sense. And coming into this round, yes, you did have 17 points on Scott Rankin and Lachlan Capel. So depending upon how tonight goes, yes, we'll wait and see. That will be interesting. There's no doubt about that. All right, very nicely done. Let's talk about the other point as well here. You've already snagged the race win so far this season. That was back in week 3 at the Glen. A couple of fourths as well. No other podium appearances apart from that. What have you got to do to get back on the podium over the course of the next 2 weeks and finish the season on a high?
Look, it sounds a bit contradictory to what I've said before, but I may actually need to practice. Road America, genuinely, Road America is probably one of my strongest tracks. So my strongest tracks are Road America, Imola, and Bathurst. I've done thousands and thousands of laps of Road America, so I'm feeling pretty strong there. Monza is, I mean, there's like 4 corners, so, you know, okay, so Monza slander is real, but it's
yes, yep. Now, I'll tell you something. At least there's more braking zones than what there was for Formula V at Willow Springs.
True, facts. I mean, I didn't own Willow Springs, so unfortunately I couldn't make it. I was helping my pregnant missus go get dinner, so yeah, that's my out for that.
So another member of the GSRC family on the way. Very, very good. This guy's stealing all my material from Discord tonight. So Liam Amos has taken issue with that. This is going to be very interesting to see what he says in response when he actually, at some point in time, jumps into the booth and has a chat to us himself. In the meantime, good to see that you weren't involved in a straight line wreck tonight.
Yeah, same. I'm massively surprised.
Go and watch Formula Renault 3.5 from Monday night to get context to that one, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, Jesus. Very good. Suzuka, of course, has been gone, come and went with GT3. We look forward to the Red Bull Ring. We look forward to seeing you here next week. Hopefully, have you got the Tsukuba circuit?
Yes, I do. Yeah, I do. I'm pretty good at that one.
No, to turn up to Formula V then as well.
I'll be there with bells and whistles on next week.
We look forward to it. And then hopefully at some point in time, when, you know, commitments allow you to, and around raising a newborn and all that sort of stuff, and looking after the bride-to-be and all that crap, all those commitments that come with being, you know, in committed relationships that single people like me don't have to worry about. Hopefully that'll allow you an opportunity to go and explore some other iRacing venues and maybe just, you know, reach into the wallet and pay for a bit more circuit content there. I can't believe you didn't have Willow Springs, quite frankly. I was a little bit disappointed when I heard that. That's one of the great underrated tracks of world motorsport.
In all fairness, I've only been on the service for maybe 11 months. So it's, I'm just still in that process of collecting stuff. So it's, pretty much if I drive it, then I'll buy it. But my only officials that I race are GT3. That's pretty much it.
Yeah, that's fair. Well, that's very true, Liam Amos. You are absolutely right. He has absolutely nailed that on the bloody head. I have said to people on many an occasion that if pigs were meant to fly and, you know, my track record was to change and I was to end up with some what I would refer to as a willing participant, someone willing to put up with me, then it would mean that something would have to give, because I don't think anyone would be signing up for 4 nights of this, knowing full well that night time's usually social time for most people in relationships with dinners and movie outings and concerts and all that stuff. No, I don't think it would happen. And aren't you lucky that I'm very happy being single at this particular point in time? We need an update from the trivia night that just went. In the post-race show, just for you, Jaden. I didn't actually go to trivia this week. I'm not there for a couple of weeks because I'm away on assignment next week. So we'll, no, we won't even be going down that avenue as well because I thought that might have worked once upon a time, Mr. Miller, and then, yes, I may as well have jumped into an igloo. Jacob, thank you. Who would you like to thank before I let you go and before this chat thread gets completely unhinged?
Well, while she's sitting right behind me, I'd love to thank my beautiful missus.
Yes, very good.
So I'd love to thank her for putting up with me sim racing 4 to 5 nights a week, always being there for me when I'm in my enduros and getting me water bottles and whatever else. So no, I really appreciate that. And I'd like to thank SRB, all the boys in there. So Mr. Mitchie Noble, Miller, Harrison Rayner, Liam, all the boys there, Timmy. Always putting on a strong showing, and because it is a peak up night, it's one of the SRB boys that get mentioned. It's not a GT3 night, so I'd just like to thank everyone, and Mr. Hawaiian who's probably watching at home. If not, I'll send him the link. I'm in the bum. No, it's always a good showing here, and I'm enjoying being at the pointy end more often. So no, thank you very much, Zach. It's been always a pleasure.
Absolutely. Here we go. Look at Jacob Miller straight to the quote board, ladies and gentlemen. With Einstein, behind every great sim racer is a very tolerant woman. Actually, that's fair. I'll pay that. The long-suffering partners of the GSRC, we call them around here. It's just nice that they're very understanding that our competition takes place at night time, and that becomes a priority at a certain point. But you often hear the boys say, thanks to the other half for allowing me the opportunity to go racing. So it's good that they've got them well under control. Jacob, go and enjoy the night, mate. How far along, if you don't mind us asking? How far until life will never be the same again because you'll have a toddler to race?
Just middle of November, so it's going to be exciting. Next season may be a bit hit and miss. I'll see.
I don't doubt that.
I've already been looking into ways I can do both at the same time. So
I like it. I like that dedication.
But yeah, so no, it's something I really enjoy. It's something that I really hope my son enjoys too. So I've been getting help with go-karts and all that kind of stuff. So I really would like to raise someone who enjoys motorsports as much as me and as much as my family do. So it'd be nice.
Miller Motorsport actually wondering how many months until newborn's allowed to co-drive with you for enduros, but yeah, we'll wait and see how all that goes. Project Max Verstappen too. Oh dear. Why is it that the comments thread always gets sillier when we start talking about things that aren't motor racing? Excellent
Did you let
stuff.
SRB in?
100%. 100%. Well done, mate. We wish you all the best with that. And I know it's a busy time of the year. Obviously, newborns coming into the world right on the eve of Black Friday and Christmas and everything else that follows. At least it's not as silly as one of my friends in Taree. Actually, one of my friends in Taree celebrates a birthday tomorrow, but I've already given her a reality check this afternoon because she sent me a Snapchat story this morning of the Christmas tree being put up in August. And I said, you're worse than Kmart. What the hell are you doing? Apparently it was justification or justified a bull because she's doing her Christmas in November this year and she's not going to be home in December. So the tree is up in August. It may as well have not come down last Christmas. Like, what the hell is going on? I say happy birthday to her and I hope she has a lovely day tomorrow, but Jesus, pull the other one that plays Jingle Bells. Put it up in October at least if you're going to do Christmas in November. My God. That'll do me. I am a bit of a Grinch when it comes to that sort of stuff, but that's probably because I spend the first 2 months of summer up here an hour and 112 years behind. So, by the time I get down there, I've already had me cranky pants on for 2 months. Thank you, Jacob. Well done, mate. Appreciate that. Go well.
No worries. Cheers, mate. Thank you very much. Have a good one.
All right, very nicely done. And I had to wrestle that Queensland reference in there just for the benefit of the bingo card. I'm not sure it's been actually ticked away at tonight. So if you've not been paying attention, apologies. We haven't been ticking it off. You can go and tick Queensland, political reference, daylight saving, tick, tick, tick. Any new AASA news? Not yet, but watch this space. In fact, you might need to call us from the lawn bowling, and I'll update you in the post-race show. In fact, I was just thinking about it. I need to actually go and do a Domino recap so that I have all my I's dotted and T's crossed for people that want to know about that next week when I'm in Orange. Very nicely done. Still got to get up into the green room and have a chat to Jaden Wilcox once we get off there. Have the Vermilion esports boys here to have a chat with me right now, which is good because they've been busy boys the last 2 nights. Porsche racing last night, Porsche racing tonight. Just as a side point too, with regards to Jacob, he's got a bub on the way middle of November. My little sister's got one on the way middle of October. And I said, I hope you go full term. In fact, I hope you go a day past full term. Because Postie Bike Grand Prix Sunday in Cessnock, which I'm working at again this year, is October 18. October 19 would be GSRC. October 20 I've got off. So if Bub can wait an extra day and Mum can hold out an extra day, Uncle Zach's going to be very, very happy. Tuesday, October 20 would just be perfect. Wrestling into what is a very, 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 very busy schedule at that time of the year. Not that I'm worried one way or another. I'm just hoping it's a safe arrival and a healthy Bub. But yes, very, very busy time with a lot of exciting moments and events on the way for a lot of people that are expecting, and we hope everybody that is expecting at the moment is in the best of health. And we wish you lots of luck with all of that. Chapo and Mr. Kerr, good evening to you. Chapo, let's talk Formula V, shall we?
Oh, yeah, why not?
Have you heard back from Race Control with regards to Race 1 and what I thought was fair game, but apparently not. 2 wheels in the dirt, they're not terribly convinced of the interpretation of track limits there. Although, to be fair, when you're on the dirt at Willow Springs and in a Formula V, you're carrying just as much speed as what you would be if you were on the bitumen. And if you were 2/3 out, I would have given them the argument. But I kind of understood any grievance that might have come with any penalties that might be applied there. With track limits, considering that you at least were half in, half out. It's not as though you had all 4 wheels in the dirt passing around the outside.
I didn't realise that Race Control was having a look at that, and I would agree with your analysis there, Zap. If they do decide to have a look at that, quite frankly. If there was a wheel in here and there, it was just because I was being squeezed a little bit, but it was largely on the track, and the vast majority of the vehicle was on the track, and the track actually narrows there as the pit lane happens. So, yeah, I think, if you get penned for that, it's a big game's gone, if I'm being honest. So, I would hope not. I thought that was a fair move, and, sitting around the outside there, trying to make sure that I didn't hit John with the very limited amount of space I had.
And that's a fair point. So we were trying to analyse this, John and I, on the go, because we were hearing through Schmitty, through Trav, that there might have been some speculation about a penalty coming your way. And when I looked at it, I thought, hang on, it's half and half, and it's very close to being more than, it's about 55-45 in favour of car on the circuit. But John, by his own admission, parked the car there deliberately. He knew that he didn't leave a car width for you. So he knew the game he was playing.
Oh, well, I guess we'll see what happens. I would argue I found a car width. And, if there's a little bit of dirt put up here and there, but quite frankly, if my car's faster with a wheel or 2 in the dirt, then I've got the run. So, I think given that it would slow you down pretty significantly if you're in the dirt for any significant period of time. I think that's evidence that it wasn't. I'm actually loading up the server now to have a look.
Do that.
I'll be relatively disappointed if my win was thieved by Wombles on looking.
I haven't seen any official paperwork come through yet because obviously Trav had to go and attend to the Porsches, and but yeah, we were hearing that could be either 10 points or 5 seconds. There was a couple of different schools of thought with regards to all of that, and I thought the latter, considering that the top 5 were separated by 0.12 of a second, would have been a bit steep, Chabo. But then again, who knows? It'll be interesting to see what verdict they reach with regards to all of that. I just wanted to cover that off the top because I wasn't sure if you were aware.
I'm having a look at this now. I was left a car width. When I got alongside there, and I only went in and he kept pushing me into the dirt. So I love how Chabo's the only one that can see the vision that he's talking about at this particular point in time, for the benefit of everybody at home. It'll be interesting to see what comes of that. The argument was that you can't pass with 2 wheels in the dirt. Well, if it was NASCAR, they wouldn't even look at it twice. But because it is not NASCAR, then obviously that's the reason why it's been raised and flagged anyway. It'll be interesting to see what they say about all of that. Can we get paint up for a rendering interpretation? No. I haven't got all night. Let's continue on. Staying with Formula V, though. Race 1 was about the highlight. Races 2 and 3 quite difficult. Yeah, they were. Always difficult once you lose that time. And was race 2. I mean, I had nowhere else to go. I was actually very happy with sort of my avoidance there, really, because if I didn't go, pretty deep off track, I would have been absolutely mopped up in that. So it was the correct decision. But once you're off the back of that pack, obviously it's really difficult to make it up. And Matto worked pretty well with me together, but we just didn't have the energy or time to be able to make up the time to the guys ahead that were 3 seconds out or whatever. So that was I guess it's a little frustrating, but a 4th isn't too bad in the scheme of things. And then that final race, you know what it's like coming through the field, and it was one of those ones where car ahead was going, he entered that corner really, really slowly, and I'd already lifted off and braked in a spot where it was only a lift off usually, and I'd gone in very slowly, but still sort of just caught his rear end and got a little bit of a swapper on, and with how close the cars were behind, given where we were on circuit, that just ended in a little bit of chaos. So we're lucky, Adam and I, to get away without a bit of damage, but without any serious damage, and then just, wobble around at the back and come home for 10th. So, still pretty good points out there tonight. I think it still should be a round win, maybe just. Provided no
provided you keep the win in race 1.
Fiddling with the results afterwards. I can't complain too much. It was always going to be the way, and I was just sort of trying to manage risk. But that one, I just didn't expect to do it quite as slow in, and that was the race from there, because your pace doesn't matter around Willow Springs in a Formula V.
No, correct. We were talking about that with John Merritt. It's one of those, slipstream friendly circuits. It's just literally a drag race, a draft, a fest, and we enjoy it from a commentary standpoint. 5 wide at the start-finish line at the end of race 1. That was insane. And again, if it's legal and you keep it, then that's even better. And what a dream run that was. Speaking of which, I can't help but feel a little bit sorry for Pete Matson. I reckon you were just saddling him along, quite frankly. You were happy to let him sit there 4th for the longest time, knowing full well that you'd outdraft him in the run to the checkered flag.
Oh, well, we played around together for, the vast majority of the race, and, he overtook me in the sort of last lap or second to last lap. I'll sit behind for now, because there's no real point overtaking. So, I did obviously set that up and was ready for it. But yes, if I was in that position, I'd probably try and play games. But who knows? We had a fair bit of space on track.
The Cuba next week. Quickly, give me your thoughts on that before we talk to both you and Zach about the Porsches, please.
It's about the right size track for these cars, but it's not it's not easy to overtake, and when things go wrong, they go wrong big, and circuits get blocked. So, it could be a bit of
And
a
safety cars get deployed, yes.
well, yeah, usually not in this series. So, it might just be death. So, as I say, most weeks it's going to be risk management. Got a little bit of a lead at the moment, so it would be nice to get a decent result going into the final round. But who knows around there? Like, is probably one of those ones where we've got a good few of us that are really quick up front and having a good time in the first race, and then it could devolve from there, but we'll see.
All right, very nicely done. Let's bring your teammate in at this particular point in time. And Zach Kerr, hello, mate. Nice to have you on board. Let's be perfectly honest. Chapo does what he so often does and wins a fuel save sprint race. We're not surprised by all of that, but you would have been half interested, no doubt, in trying to trump him in a caper that he's become very good at.
Yeah, 100%. Always got to give it a crack. Chapo does Chapo things. It's always going to master the fuel save. When I ask him after the race how much he took in the pit stop, and it's always something like 1 or 2 liters lower than me, then I can't really be surprised when it always happens.
Indeed. Now, here's the other point as well. Let's tackle a couple of things with regards to the Porsche Cup. Difficult week for you blokes because Phillip Island and Imola, 2 completely different circuits. So just talk us through the last 24 hours tackling Phillip Island, and obviously mixed bag of results there for everybody. It was a strange sort of night, especially with the jump start from Zach Raceway White at the very beginning of proceedings. And then obviously turning that around, putting that to one side, forgetting about it almost, throwing it in the rearview mirror, and then trying to get your head around finding the right setup for Imola.
Yeah, last night definitely a set and forget night for me in particular. I guess I had a bit of a target on my back the whole night. Getting bowling pinned in both races wasn't very enjoyable, but I think with the results I've had all season, in that I was honestly bound to have a poor finish. So at least that's out the way. I can focus forward for the rest of the season.
All right, yeah, that's exactly right. Although, that being said, something that is becoming a more prominent talking point in commentary as far as that series is concerned, the Wednesday night stuff, is the bubble. Who's in the top 20 and who's out? What have you got to do over the course of the final 4 rounds there to get yourself into the top 20, or are you already signing on to or committing to the whole, oh crap, I'm going to have to go around in January, February in the qualifying series just to score a ticket into the big dance itself?
No, Pluck's in third.
No, sorry, no. Let me go back to you with that, Chapo. Let me go back to you with that because that applies to you.
Oh.
Yeah. Zach, on the other hand, what have you got to do to fend off Rick Kuznetsov? Because I think when you have a look, and I must admit I don't have the points on me at the moment and I haven't seen the updated from last night, but Rick Kuznetsov's got to be of a concern to you now to keep third, because Chapo's right, you are there. Ratway White and Damon Woods are far and away, gone. Forget about them. But what are you got to do to fend off Rick Kuznetsov?
I think just banking the most consistent and best points I can every week, or every single round. That's been probably the biggest thing all season, is even if getting involved in incidents, it's finishing the race, so you still bank points, even though it's nothing big. But obviously when it comes to the end of the season, any points matter, so having whatever I can get at the end of the season is going to help. So just trying to manage everything I can.
Oh, there's their Curtin Ommenson. He's gone. Chapo, no doubt you're looking at February thinking, hang on, we're going to have to do some overtime here.
No, where am I? I think I'm in 14th. So I'm still in a half decent position. It's my pace hasn't been there with the top guys, but I've sort of been consistently banking points. Last night sucked.
Yes.
Didn't like driving the track. I got the setup wrong. Was taken out a bit in race 1. So Wasn't particularly enjoyable last night, but I'm in a decent position to hold into that 20 and ideally move into the 10 by the end of the season. But there's obviously fast guys ahead too, so we'll see how it pans out and keep trying to build. But in an okay spot at the moment.
I think the most impressive thing in all of that is that nobody else pulled the trigger when Zach went early last night. That could have been real trouble. Raceway wide, I mean.
Sorry, what do you mean by went early?
The jump start, race 1.
Yeah, true. Actually, I mean, I wouldn't know. I was in a different postcode. Like I was in Melbourne somewhere where I was on the grid. So
yeah, that's true. Yep.
I don't think it was even rendering for me.
Yep. And Zach, I guess consistency key for you as well, because as you say, I mean, obviously Rick had the better run of the mill last night, but at this point in time, I think it's more about consolidating third, isn't it? Or is there an outside chance that you might be able to reel Zach Raceway wide in? I mean, let's be honest, no one's catching Damon Woods. He's already back in Melbourne by the time you guys leave Phillip Island, essentially.
Yeah, I think main focus is trying to bank third. Those front two, Damon and Zach, both have some incredible pace in the car, which they've shown doing PESC and everything. So major props to them for how much time and how good they are in the car. I think, yeah, just prioritizing the best I can to hopefully come out with a third is far exceeding my expectations at the start of the year. So to be where I am, I'm very happy. So.
And clearly, Chapo, I mean, as we saw tonight from Zach, he's by far and away the best of the Vermilion boys at the moment, and a great asset to the stable. However, mixed bag results across the board for your team. So what's the camaraderie? What's the environment? What's the chatter been like during the Porsche Pro Series this season?
Yeah, it's been pretty good. It's a relatively quiet chat, much quieter than our NASCAR chats on Monday. So, but yeah, it's been relatively positive. Some of the guys, probably a bit frustrated that they're not able to get the results. I think Perwin got a decent result finally last night as well, which was good to see. We're seeing some of those guys sort of pick it up, and Jake sort of working out the car a bit as well. So. Yeah, like the camaraderie's there, and it's obviously handy for us to have so many pointers out there and able to compare a bit of data. We haven't been, quite probably the one main weak point is getting that quali right and what we need to do there. But all in all, our race pace and race management, particularly from Zach and Rick, has been pretty exceptional.
And I will say as well, I've opened up the points now to give you boys some context and everybody else at home as well, because I was I'm trying to remember who's where and doing what. So let's talk about your boys, Jacob O'Reilly, Lewis Greathead. They're 30th and 31st at the moment. The bubble sits Brock Gilchrist, Hugo Allen, Harry Lawrence, Antal Sabo and Sebastian Vandel sitting 36th and 37th, and Jed Van Hammett sitting 42nd as well. So I guess there'll be great relief for you guys to be, at your particular point, Chapo, you're clear of the bubble at the moment. And as you say, the margin that you are clear of the bubble by at this point in time is actually very nice, if you don't mind me saying so. 127 points. I mean, there are still 800 up for grabs over the course of the remaining 4 rounds, so a lot would have to go wrong, as you say, for that to change. But never say never in that series. We've seen a lot of people not have the season that they'd like to have had to this point. The bubble is interesting because obviously your teammates, you've got 4 or 5 there that are on the wrong side of it at the moment. Great relief for you guys personally to have the pressure off with a view to next year, but you'll no doubt have a supporting role to play for the guys that might have to come back via the qualifying series in 27.
Yeah, of course. And yeah, there's a lot to play out still as well. Only takes a couple of DNFs and, you're in a bit of trouble. So, I think there will be. It's not necessarily a bad thing to have to qualify back in, because it gives you a bit of time in the car and out racing with people as long as you can make it. So, having that qual series there isn't horrible. But yeah, we'll see. Some of the guys haven't been able to make all the rounds as well, and that's been what's happened to quite a few of them there. Lewis and Jed and that sort of thing. So. We'll see, what they want to do next year, and whether we have anyone else out there. We've obviously got a lot of cars out there, but a bit varied as to where we've ended up.
Provisional results from last night, to give everybody some context, because we didn't have the updated championship points on air last night. There was too much going on with race control, applying penalties and whatnot. But after all of that, provisional points before any changes are made, 1594 for Damon Woods, now 304 points clear. So there's a chance that he wraps it up partway through round 11 at the moment. The guy's just unstoppable. 1290 for Zach Ratway White, 1247 for Zach. So, yeah, that discussion about you've almost got, you've got 52 points on Rick Kuznetsov in fourth, so that has trimmed, but you've also gained a little bit on Zach Ratway White by virtue of him having that drive-through penalty at the start of last night's race, which was caused by a tech glitch, unfortunately for him. Another one, 1290 plays 1247, plays 1195. Then it spaces out, 1083 for Marino Morella, 1042 for Seth Brown, 10:33 for Dean Mackay, Sam Muir 10:30, 10:23 for Dylan Shepherd, and 9:57 for Miles Burgess. OPR 9th, 10th and 11th there at the moment. No Logitech Orbit Drop Bear Motorsport entries in that top 10. That's the big omission from my standpoint when I read it, all of that. So, yeah, things are looking very good for at least you two, but not necessarily the team as a whole. Just wanted to tidy all that up for the benefit of everybody at home that's been watching both this series and that series. I'll come back to tonight in this way. One name that I haven't mentioned in that Pro Series is Eli Donaldson, but unfortunately he got sent to the naughty corner tonight early, Chapo. Can you talk us through, give us some context as to what the bloody hell happened, please?
I think someone did something silly, and he said something about it on comms, and Race Control was having none of it tonight and made a bit of a point of it. So there went Eli. So it's, it's pretty harsh to go straight for a DQ, but I guess it is what it is, and fortunately, he's not, fighting in the standings for this series, so it's but yeah, going straight to that is feels a bit heavy-handed, but it is what it is. I guess we know that you've got to keep your voice together on these things, so
Mr. Wilcox is going to spill the tea after the broadcast, so I'll be up into the booth to have a chat with him very shortly. In the meantime, the point was made, so obviously incident there, you mentioned that. I want to comment from both of you before we talk about your respective races. Points been made about driving standards and race control, trying to clamp down on that and give you boys a reminder of it before the race got underway tonight. They highlighted the Porsches specifically. And tempers apparently fled, not just Eli, but maybe a couple of others in race one as well. What have you noticed, Zach? Obviously, you expect the aggression and the mongrel and the rip, tear, rush, bust when we go racing on a Wednesday night in Porsche Pro Invitational. We've seen ample evidence of that. Chapo's been caught up in some of that garbage as well. But from your standpoint, does race control have a point?
Yeah, race control is a very valid point. The nature of the car is very aggressive, so I think a lot of the battling is always going to be really close, but then there's been quite a few times people have stepped the limits. I can say, including myself, into Lagos last week, made a few whoopsies, but I think people just need to dial it back a bit and hopefully clean it up.
All right, very nicely done. Chapo, you've been around these traps for a while. We are used to our fair share of incidents, but it's not the mantra of the club, so to speak.
Yeah, it's not. It's still a hell of a lot better than Porsche Pro usually is. Where there's just some absurdities and violence at every corner, particularly as you go back in the pack. So there's a nice change coming here and going, this guy probably will wait rather than doing a dive bomb from France. But But yeah, I mean, like, yeah, there is. I mean, Scotty Rankin may have taken me out first race, so there was a bit of drama at the top of the table there. It was very apologetic. It was one of those ones. Was probably just a smidgen late on the brakes into turn one, trying to hold on to his spot. And then just clipped. So wasn't anything absurd, but it sort of took us back in the pack, and to be honest, it wasn't the most horrible thing for me because it meant that I could get an invert and he couldn't. So swings and roundabouts and all of that. But yeah, I mean, there is probably a bit of that around here, but you've got to be aware. This was probably an interesting move of serving the slowdown on the racing line. I was really thankful about it because it allowed me to extend my lead and back Zach up a little bit more. But then it caused a bit of mayhem up here as well. So
there it was.
Dramas. So yeah, I think there's a bit of that. There's a bit of biff and barge. There always will be, in Porsche Cup. That's sort of part of the car. It's just managing it within that threshold.
And not made easier, Zach, by the fact that Imola is one of those circuits whereby the elbows have to come out because, as everyone else has already verified tonight, overtaking here not the easiest.
Yeah, 100%. Definitely not an easy track to overtake at. So have to be very aggressive with your moves, which I certainly was in that second race, trying to get my way through the field, making contact with Cable at one point, which I apologize for. But yeah, just the nature of the track. It's very aggressive, like very limited spots to overtake, so it was very dicey to get through the field.
Now, Chapo's already mentioned some of the incidents that happened in race one. From your standpoint, Zach, talk to us about how it was from your perspective. Again, we jumped in for race two, having commentated the open split. Race one, talk us through race one.
Race one started on the pole. Good launch, everyone behind me battled, and I think I just zoned out for the 9 laps in that first race, and I think I had nearly I think it would have been about a 6 or 7 second lead by the end of the first race. So it was nice and calm and relaxed for me.
And that's just the way you like it, isn't it? I mean, yeah, okay, it's all right to go wheel-to-wheel racing and work for it every now and then, but when you can have those clear, calm, cruisy sort of affairs when everybody else behind you is working hard for their money, you'll take that any day of the week. The importance of qualifying, not lost on anybody with that comment from you just now about being able to convert the pole.
Yeah, starting on the pole, obviously a huge advantage. Being able to launch at the start really well off pole as well is always a good guarantee to have into the first corner, being able to lead. So it's just managing it from there, which I was able to.
I would have been interested had it been a lap or two. Where was the pace for you compared to Chapo? If it had been an extra lap or two, would you have been able to reel in that deficit that he made up on pit lane?
Yeah, I think extra lap or two, I would have been right on the bumper, and we would have been able to put on a good show. But he just too good at fuel saving, so manages to keep the gap, and I'm not able to be close enough.
You mightn't like the compulsory pit stop requirements, Chapo, but you certainly make them work into your favour.
Oh, you got to make do with what you got. So I'm just thankful there are pit stops in these rather than just sheer violence. So it's it changed up the game a bit. It pulls the car back into a bit of more of a manageable window than just pushing 10 tenths all the time. And I think that strategy aspect makes the racing a lot better, personally. But it would be nice to be able to do a sneaky fuel save. But nevertheless, it worked out all right tonight still.
Didn't get a chance to ask you your take on race one from your perspective in the Porsche.
I mean, other than that incident, I'd gone from sort of 7th, I think, where I was up in 4th. I tried to make a move on 3rd, Capel, but got pushed out in the chicane. That let sort of Scott back past, and then as I was going past him was the incident. So That pushed back to 11th, and then was able to make my way a couple of spots forward, one with incident and one with overtake. So yeah, I mean it probably is a bit unfortunate, but not the end of the world. From a points perspective, I'm still gaining on the leader, and yeah, hopefully we're able to take it to him the last couple of rounds.
I tell you, a couple of our good mates here at the platforms of the GSRC are also in that danger zone of having to come back for the qualifying series next year. One of your teammates I didn't mention was Josh Perwin, of course. Jackson Rayhana's down there. We know Corey Lazarus has shut up shop. Jordan Malcolm, Benny Pedersen. I haven't seen Jordan for a couple of weeks. Benny, of course, yes, the woes of the Porsche and he are very much documented. There's no doubt about that. Hey, Zach, the fact that we have later on in the year, as I look at that Porsche Pro calendar, of course, there's still 4 rounds to go. Imola is round 11, November 18. Do you take any data out of tonight and apply it to that, or is it a clean slate when we get to November?
You could definitely take some things from this. Hopefully weather's not too different or anything, so we can start off with a pretty strong setup. So makes it a bit easier coming up to the week of Imola. So.
Indeed. Via the Bend in Miami before that as well. Geez, oh God, Miami will be a tough sell, but that's another story. And Chapo, we get the finish on home turf there with the Porsche Pros for you, Friday, December 4. But before that, let's finish off this season. You're still, I mean, if I look at the Porsche Cup Championship standings coming into tonight, you were 27 behind Rankin. The fact that he didn't factor in the mix in the second race probably works into your favour here as well. Back-to-back is still, an outside chance for you, depending upon very much how the next couple of weeks play out. What are your thoughts on how it all might fare? Starting with Monza next week, over 40 minutes where pace and speed are king, but also slipstreaming will play a big part, and you'll have to work hard for your overtakes, not least consolidating them and pulling a gap as well.
Yeah, I mean, I reckon it will be probably closer to 12-ish points now. Which brings it right back into a nice window to chase down. Monza, I mean, there's obviously going to be a bit of a survival aspect turn 1. I've really not been amazing around Monza, although I was pretty happy with how the car felt around Imola, weirdly, which is not a track I'm always super confident on, but quite actually like the way that it was riding curbs and all that sort of thing. So hopefully we can get it together there and bank a few more points and take a really close fight into that final round where I reckon there'll be a few of us. I think Wiley's going to be right there as well by the look of the points. So I reckon there's going to be probably 3 of us that are going to be fighting it out in that final round, which will be good to see. I just wanted to side note as well, Zach.
Yes, mate.
Talked about some GSRC boys that might be on the outer, but
yes.
Shout out to Sammy Muir who's moved up to P8 though as well.
Oh, absolutely.
My nemesis and ever a few spots ahead of me. But I've sort of been watching him and he's been getting the hang of the car even, and I think it is sort of similar situation to me, trying to work his way through a violent field while trying not to be too violent. So good on him.
The old, as Zach Ratway-White so beautifully described it a couple of weeks ago after the previous round at Mount Panorama, the bag of human anatomy or appendage, to put it family friendly. Very interesting stuff. Hey, Zach, what's your plan for, obviously, between now and then, what's on the table, what's on the schedule as far as sim racing is concerned before we get to Monza, and what's the plan of attack there?
Got Scops over the weekend, so thought I'd do some more supercar enduros since I enjoyed co-driving with Wayne Burke for the V8 Pro. Apart from that, that's about all. We'll just shop to Monza like I do any other week in the middle of practice, and we'll just wing it.
Right, now, that's an interesting one. Let me come back to that. If you're just joining us, I'm trusting that Matty Schmidtke's still awake. I haven't put him to sleep yet. These are the platforms of the Gentleman Sim Racing Club. This is our Thursday Night Motorsport post-race show. Round 8 of the Porsche Cup. It's interesting, right, because I'm hearing more and more, and one of the reasons why a lot of you guys, or some of you guys, are using this avenue as an outlet to get more race time in the Porsches is with a view to just getting more comfortable, more familiar with the car. And then we hear someone like you rock up and say, look, I'm going to go out there and grab a W in a second and probably the round honours to go with it, but I'm going to turn up partway through practice and have at it. It's interesting, right, because we know that you're very well versed in the caper. When time allows you to do so, no doubt you're going and putting some time in away from the server in your own internal settings. But from your standpoint, how much time, how much effort has to go into week-by-week propositions like this, like Scops, noting that there's a general consensus that the days of arriving and driving and being able to get away with it are starting to fall by the wayside?
Yeah, something like this, it's definitely less prep than what I have to put into compared to Porsche Pro and stuff, which it's half the reason why I enjoy showing up on a Thursday night to be able to race. It's less pressure. It makes it far more enjoyable than having to put all your time and effort into practicing just to be any sort of decent in a field like Porsche Pro.
All right, very nicely done. Mr. Schmidtke, have I missed anything, or should we let these two boys rock and roll?
No, I think you've covered everything. Oh, maybe, or schedule or that, but
we'll get to that. Yeah,
nothing with these boys. I think you've covered everything there could possibly be.
2 nights worth crammed into one post-race show. Not bad at all. Well done, gentlemen. Congratulations. Hey, if only Zach had turned up at the start of the season. I mean, he gave everybody a 3-round head start and sits there in 16th, 307. But very much as Chapo was saying there earlier, when you haven't got Zach White or Damien Woods to contend with, very much a definite prospect of championship contender when we get to term 4, and hopefully we do see more of you on these platforms. Zach, who would you like to thank tonight, please?
Just big thanks to all the Vermilion guys, Fury being our main sponsor on the car. Big thanks to them. Hymo Setups for all our setup needs. Blaine from 27 Designs for our beautiful looking paint schemes.
And Fury being the operative word, Chapo, with a view to actually when's the red and white livery going to hit that Formula V of yours, please?
Oh, that would require some livery designers to put in some time on the Formula Vs, which has never happened in the Vermilion team, much to my dismay. I'm the only one that really goes out there in it. So instead, we run the Aston Martin livery because it's about the same pace as the Aston F1 car this year. So. But yeah, anyway, thanks to all the same guys. Zach wants to thank. He's already got ahead of me there, and another long-suffering partner of the GSRC, Soph. So yes.
Yes, we know that Soph wasn't terribly happy with me holding you up a couple of weeks ago, which is exactly why we did it again. But you mentioned Fury. That'll be the operative word if you do wear an invoice with Formula V, I feel.
Yes, you can imagine. I'm not sure if you've looked at my message with absolute evidence that there is a car with. I think you would agree. Would you not agree, Zach?
I very much can see your point. I can understand why they're a bit frustrated there, at Pulse Tuning, and I can understand why Race Control had to look at it, obviously. But yes, when you have a look, when you go that far back, 14 seconds, I think you gave me worth of footage. Yes, you can see that there was room to move, there was room to breathe, and not that you need much in the Formula V to begin with.
Exactly. It's a very wide straight, so blocking off a line, you need to do it fully. So I'm content with that one.
Can we go to Willow Springs every week, please, for Formula V? My God, if that's the sort of action we're going to get, I'm all for it. Boys, you've been very good with your time, and I mean that sincerely, because we've kept you for about half an hour, being able to pick apart last night, talk about tonight. A lot of excitement ahead, obviously. Zach, very happy with how things are going, both here and on a Wednesday night at the moment. We wish you the best with the Scops Enduro as well, mate. We know that you're enjoying that dabble into the supercars and whatever else you decide to jump behind the wheel of over the course of the next short while. We're loving having you part of the Gents Furniture. So good luck to you next week. Chapo, when do we next see you, please?
Well, I'm in gents. I'm just the Thursdays this season, so you'll see me. You'll see me next Thursday. As I said, we're out NASCAR on Monday, so if anyone's bored on a Monday night and wants to do some NASCAR, qualify into the Oscar server, let me know if you want to join. But yeah, those are my 2 main days this week, and I'm trying not to overload any further. But you know me,
That's
I'll probably make mistakes and do it anyway.
As long as you haven't booked any holidays.
I haven't actually, so that's a game-changing move. Yeah, so we'll hopefully be able to finish the season in a positive light, rather than on the side of the road or with an Xbox controller.
Yeah. Oh dear, very nicely done. Thank you, gentlemen. Appreciate your insight there. As we say, exciting times ahead. And a couple of your teammates, no doubt, licking their wounds based on what we're talking about there with the Porsche Cup. But and Chapo not breathing terribly easy yet, but breathing better than some. And Zach eyeing off a very quiet February, unless Zach, any of these guys decide to get you back in a mentor or spotter capacity. Is that something that you'd be open to? Is that something that's been discussed?
I'd be open to help out the guys if they need it during the qual series or anything. I'd be more than happy to help. So if they need a mask, I'll probably be there to help.
Yeah, there's a couple of guys looking at that thinking, oh crap, we weren't expecting to be here. And that tells you everything you need to know about how cutthroat the Porsche Pro Invitational has been so far this season. 4 rounds of that to go, 2 rounds of this to go, and then another 10 weeks once Term 4 gets underway. Thursday, October 1 is when Term 4 fires into life for the GSRC Porsche Cup, ladies and gentlemen, and we're very excited about that. That'll be the last round in the civilised part of 2026 for our Queensland audience. You'll be 112 years and 1 hour behind for the balance of the term. Weeks 2 through 10, so that'll be fantastic. Thank you very much to the pair of you. Appreciate you both stopping on by. We'll catch up again, I assume, same time next week after Monza.
Fingers crossed. Have a good one.
Hopefully. Have a good one, guys.
Zach Kerr, Sam Chapman, thank you to you. Matt Schmidtke, final thoughts from you, and thank you. It's been a big night.
Yeah. I'm just trying to remember what happened. It's been so long.
No, it has. Nearly 4 hours worth.
Yeah. Well, this is one of the last few laps of the 4th run through of this race, so. But no, some good racing in the V's and the Pit Cup. Hopefully, everyone can clean it up a bit next week. But it being Monza, considering that was already a track known for not having the cleanest racing, it'll be interesting to see what happens. But we'll just have to turn up next week and hope for the best.
It's not often that race control has to issue a mid-season, sort of update to give everybody a reality check and just say, listen, we're keeping an eye on this and we need to improve here, here and here. It's not often they have to do that, but I think enough evidence throughout what we've seen over the course of the last couple of hours with the Porsches to verify the fact that they did it in the first place. So, well done to our crew and race control. They are the thankless. They are in the thankless roles of the club. There's no doubt about that. But at the same time, the reason why we can keep things going the way we do and running some sort of civilised setup comes back to them. So we greatly appreciate that. And it's interesting, of course, because people might sit here and say, oh, hang on, are we clipping our own race control over the years? No, we're not. No. The fact that they're actually actively engaging with and saying, just issuing a warning to everybody means that they're obviously keeping a close eye on things. They're doing their job, but it's more a point of, okay, that gives us a talking point. That gives us something to work with to say, well, okay, did race control have a point to do that? What are your thoughts? Where do you sit with it, etc. and so forth? It's merely a point of discussion, and because at the end of the day, they're human as well. They don't always get it right, but they do their very best, and they do a very good job of it as well. And I'd rather be here than there. There's no doubt about that. Very nicely done tonight. We'll have an update on the points here for you tomorrow night. Joe Baldwin will be with me. It'll be Friday Night Motorsport for you on the platforms. The Gentleman Sim Racing Club repeating the Broncos going down to the Melbourne Storm in Thursday night NRL. The Victorian Legends, too good for the All-Star Legends in the Legends game in the AFL over at Marvel Stadium. And, of course, as far as this big Thursday night of sport is concerned, there's still plenty coming your way. Of course, the US Open tennis underway. The qualifiers continue their early hours tomorrow morning, and the main tournament proper Monday morning from 1 a.m. Australian Eastern Standard Time. Tomorrow morning, there's a Thursday night Stars of the US Open special on Stan Sport from 8 a.m. Tomorrow night, wildcard football final, Western Bulldogs Collingwood. John Merritt will be there in the audience, therefore he won't be with us for GT1. And Penrith and Canterbury in the NRL. Live Golf was supposed to be in Michigan before the bank account went tits up. So, yes, no golf in the early hours of tomorrow morning for those of you that are Live Golf fans. In fact, none for the balance of this season. We're here with thanks to the great people at Disruptive Labs, Waste Options, Trophy AI, merch.tgsrci.com and Flash Graphics. The merch store available for you to go and make a purchase from any day of the week, 24/7, 365. Ladies and gentlemen, there it is for you. Oh, it's a bit light on, isn't it? Have a look at that. It's changed week in, week out. It's now just simply the banner. Merch.tgsrci.com is where you go for all that relevant information. I think that's because we're phasing out GSRC merch.myshopify.com and just going with the one website address. I've always found that amusing that we had two different websites promoting the same thing. Hats, stubby coolers, bottle openers, shirts, singlets, jumpers, you name it, the merch store has it. The bingo cards apparently there as well. So get amongst that, the merch store. With thanks to the Gentleman Sim Racing Club Incorporated. Merch.tgsrci.com is where you go. Right, what's coming your way on the platforms of the Gentleman Sim Racing Club? That looks like this on your screen. Week 8 concludes tomorrow night off to Snetterton. Sprint racing there, 7:30 Eastern GT1. Now, we are hoping that Joe Baldwin won't have a long night at work or a long afternoon at work, and we'll finish on time and be able to bring you that live. If not, we'll be with you for the IndyCar race only. But at this stage, plan on 8 from 8, plan on Snetterton for the GT1s at 7:30, and at the very worst, plan on IndyCar at 8:30 Eastern Standard Time for an 8:45 start. Milwaukee, second oval of the season. Looking forward to that immensely. We go Milwaukee, we go Laguna Seca, we go the Indianapolis 500K. Very excited to see who turns up for the 500, being that it will be the final race of the third term of the season. It will be the final night of the term. It'll be September 11, 25th anniversary of that awful tragedy in the United States. So many different things lining up on September 11 for us to bring you that grand finale from the IndyCar series. And because it's Indianapolis and because it's the 500K, because it's a staple of our calendar, you can guarantee that there'll be a few cameo appearances, a few people rocking and rolling just for the sake of it. Bathurst Mountain Men Saturday night, car of choice to be confirmed tomorrow night via a spin of the wheel. And the Mountain Men itself gets underway 8 p.m. on Saturday night Eastern Standard Time. Monday night off to the Hungaro ring for 30-minute race, I should say. 30-minute race in Formula Renault 3.5 Wings and Slicks. 7:30 Eastern Standard Time. Right onto the Red Bull Ring. And we'll have 2 sprint races there for you, one each from the Gold and Platinum splits. And that will be from 8:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Tuesday night, Committee's Choice. As we go over the page for you, we'll take you to Imola, again, this neck of the woods. There you go. Imola sprint races, the LMP3 and the GT4, 7 p.m. Eastern is when the server gets underway. Race action about an hour after that. Wednesday night, I'm back for the final 2 weeks here. Wednesday night, have you drawn the short straw again, Schmitty, or is somebody stepping in to give you some relief on Wednesday night?
Well, I said I didn't really want to do all 4, and Adam said he'll see if he can work something out, but I haven't heard anything, so I still might get the short straw. We'll have to wait and see.
Keep an eye on that. It might be Dan Yeaman. I know he was having a chat with him at some point. Either way, Jordan Pianazzola and I will be here. Canadian Tire Motorsport Park, 2 sprint races, BMW M Sport Cup. That'll be worth the price of admission, 7:30 Eastern. Then on to Road America. It's an all North American doubleheader next Wednesday night. The Enduro of the Supercar campaign, 60 minutes there, 8:45 Eastern Standard Time. Then on Thursday, if you don't mind, off to Tsukuba. So that'll be a bit more tame than Willow Springs. Tsukuba for Formula V races 25, 6 and 7, round 9 of the campaign. Our only stop in Japan for this term, 7:30 Eastern, and then on to the Porsche Cup from Monza, the Temple of Speed. 40 minutes the journey will bring you, I think, actually, let me confirm, GSR season week 9. We are going to bring you the Elite Split next week, Porsche Elite Cup from 8:45 Eastern Standard Time from Monza, the Temple of Speed, and Schmitty will be with me for that one. So looking forward to that. I'm not here next Friday night. But what you will have is the Daytona Road Course for GT1 into the WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca round of the IndyCar Series. I'll be out in orange, as I was saying there earlier tonight. So there you have it. We're ready to rock and roll. We are done. Those are the platforms of the Gentleman Sim Racing Club. That was Thursday Night Motorsport, over and out. 3 sprint rounds in as many weeks for the Porsche Cup. Very lively, very intense, very aggressive. But in the end, Vermilion still found their way to the top of the summit. Zach Kerr winning race 1, Sam Chapman winning race 2. Does Chapo keep his win for race 1 of Formula V? Tune in tomorrow night to find out when we have the points update in front of us for you. In the meantime, hope you've enjoyed it as much as we enjoyed bringing it to you live, exclusive and free across Facebook and YouTube. On behalf of Matt Schmidtke and the entire broadcast commentary and production team here, I'm off to the post-race show with Jaden Wilcox, and you're off to do whatever you please and whatever you need to do to finish off a Thursday night, the last one of August. Can you believe it? Sprung on Tuesday. So that is going to be good fun, and we launch into September after Monday Night Motorsport is wrapped up. So we're not done as far as August is done. We're not far off the end of August or winter. That comes Monday night. Spring will spring. To be grammatically correct. Jesus, where's my English gone? It's out the door. But yes, we get September underway. Spring arrives, that's better. Spring arrives on Tuesday. So therefore, that was the last edition of Thursday Night Motorsport for August and winter. And we look forward to your company for the final 2 rounds of the season in September, plus the final Friday night of August tomorrow night. And then, of course, the penultimate Monday of the term next Monday. And everything else that we've got for you over the course of the next 2 and a bit weeks. Frantic end to a busy season, as always, across Facebook and YouTube. Until then, we'll see you tomorrow night for at least IndyCar, hopefully GT1 as well. Until then, enjoy the rest of your Thursday evening, everybody. I'm Zach Caban. Bye for now.